Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Martin Yanev, a professional software engineer and a computer science professor at Fitchburg State University. And in the next 8 hours, I will show you how to build RESTful API applications using some of the most popular Python frameworks like Django, Flask, Nameko, and many more. I'm planning to upload more long programming courses like this one, so definitely consider subscribing or give a thumbs up. My goal for this video is 1000 likes, so I think you can definitely help with that. So as I said, today we're going to build RESTful API applications and we will cover database integrations, understanding REST services, CRUD operations, user authentication, third-party library dependencies, testing, deployment, and I will also show you how to monitor your applications. So basically, you will learn how to design REST APIs from scratch. This course does not require any prior knowledge about what RESTful APIs, Flask or Django are. It's all here and you will start from the very basics. So what projects are we going to build in the next 8 hours? You will create fully functional database with users and posts. You will build login and register pages from scratch. Then we will build a web messenger with microservices. In this project, we're going to integrate Nameko services with a basic AJAX requests to an API. You'll practice how to do post and get requests to manipulate service messages in your browser. Now, once you become more advanced, I will show you how you can build a fully functional online video game store with Django. Your app will contain features such as browsing video games by category, performing searches using different criteria, viewing detailed information about each game, and finally adding items to a shopping cart and placing an order. So this is what we're going to cover in the next 8 hours, so let's jump straight to the course. Python package and module management. Hi everyone and welcome back to the course. In this video, I want to give you a quick introduction on how Python and the packages inside Python are structured. This is a key topic for you to understand before moving forward to setting up our virtual environment, working with microservices and with RESTful APIs. So I really want you to have this base and understand how Python works in your device. So to do that, I have two things opened. So first of all, I opened PyCharm, which I already have installed. So I'm going to set up some project here, but at the same time, now I'm going to navigate to the Python installation in my computer, so you can see what I mean by managing Python packages and modules. So it is very important for you to understand that absolutely everything that you create with Python have the same structure. Even the Python that you install inside your computer have the structure of any simple Python project. And also every module that you install, including Flask, have absolutely the same structure. So there is no difference between the Python packages that you install in your computer and the projects that you create with Python. And I can give you an example of this. When you install Python, you have something like called side packages, and in this folder you normally have all the packages and dependencies that you install with which your projects work. So Flask is basically one of those dependencies. So for instance, if I go here in library and then I go to frameworks and then I go to Python frameworks and then versions, you can see that our Python is version 3.10. And also you can see that if I select here lib Python 3.10, you can basically see all the Python files that are forming the Python implementation in your device. This is nothing more than a Python file which has its imports, functions, and so on. So every time when you run your Python code, you're basically using the same structure as it is in your project. So I'm going to create a new project and show you how this works. So if I create a new project, let's say Python project 1, it really doesn't matter how it's called. I'll create few directories, so directory 1, then I'll create another one. So let's create directory 2, or actually just directory. And inside those directories, I'm going to create files. So let's do file 1, then file 2. Okay, so in directory 1, we're going to create, let's call this P1, P2. And also I'm going to create one type of file which is going to be called init, and this is a file that Python recognizes. This is the initialization file. Okay, so here I'm going to create as well one file which is called init. Okay, so for example, if we have a big project with many different files and directories, of course we would like to relate those files, and usually when you have init, this is how the directory is recognizable. So for example, if in file 1, now I write, let me actually get closer, if I write from and I write D, you can see that now we have the package dir and dir1. Okay, so if I write from package dir1 import, and then here as in the package 1 I have the init file and I also have files p1 and p2, I can import those files into my file 1. Okay, so this is how Python relates into the different directories. So also if I do from OS, for example, you can see that OS is none of these files here. However, OS is in the Python environment, and here you can see the current Python environment that is working into our IDE, which is Python 3.9. And if I select interpreter settings, you can see that when we go here, we can actually use a different Python implementations, which also have different packages incorporated. So as the OS is predefined Python package, you can directly refer it, and you can also use a different functions from the OS. So see, if I write O, you can see a different methods here and functions, and all of those they're into OS package. Okay, so usually in Python when you import packages, this means that you're importing already created directories just like this one, but with code added that has different functionality. For example, if we look at Flask, Flask is basically a directory just like this one with many Python files that have code that allows you to create RESTful APIs and import already created methods, so you don't need to create them yourself. And this is the core concept for the Python frameworks, and basically the different frameworks are different directories with functions that are already created so you can use them. And when you have the init file in the directories, this is the way that you can easily refer to the different files that would possibly contain functions that you would like to use in your project. So you don't need to write anything else in that function and in that project, guys. I just wanted to show you how Python basically works and what is the whole idea behind the Python structure with the importing packages and modules. For example, a package would be a directory that consists of multiple modules, and this directory or this package can be accessed using the init file and writing the from keyword in the file that you want to implement this package. Okay, so this is all you need to know, so you can move forward to the next video where I'm going to show you how you can set up virtual environment, what is actually a virtual environment, and how to install Flask and what is pipe. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Installing Flask and setting a virtual environment, or VENV. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to concentrate on a few key components that will really ease your working experience with Python. So one of the key frameworks in Python, this is the pipe. And pipe is basically a package that is used for package installation in Python. So as you can see here in the pipe documentation, pipe is basically used to install packages in your Python environment, and it is extremely easy to use. As in this course we're going to do plenty of work from the terminal that I have right here. You would normally use pipe specifically from there, from your terminal. You would normally write pipe install and then the name of the package that you would like to install. Okay, so for example, one of the packages that you would like to install is Flask, isn't it? But we're not there yet. Now, the first thing I want you to do is to install pipe in your computer. Well, since pipe is actually used to install packages, the installation of pipe itself, it's slightly different and some people might find it complicated, but I will show you how easy you can do it. Now, what you need to write in your terminal is curl, and curl is used in a terminal so you can access a website but from the terminal. Okay, so we are going to access the website https bootstrap.py.io and then get pipe.py. Okay, so we're accessing this page, and from this page, if you write -o space get-pipe.py, this will make you download the get-pipe.py file with which you will be able to install pipe. So if I select this, you can see that now something is downloading, and if I write ls-l, you can see that in my file system you would find the get-pipe.py file right here. Okay, so this is the file that you can use to install Flask, but Flask is not yet installed. Now what you need to do is to run the file, so you can write Python, which you already have installed, and then you write the name of the file. So once you do that, this will basically install the pipe setup tools. Okay, so it install the wheel here, and now you're able to install pipe. So you simply need to do pipe install -u and then write pipe. Okay, and as you can see on my computer, this says requirement already satisfied because I already have pipe installed. But since you would potentially not have it installed, this would basically ensure, and you would have a little bit longer installation than me, so something would load and then you have finally pipe installed in your device. So let's say if I write python-v, I'm able to see the version of Python, and on the other side, if I write pipe-v, I'm able to see the version of pipe. Basically, with every package that you install in your Python environment, you can see the version by writing the -v. And this sometimes is of key importance because many of the toolkits that you can use within Python are really version dependent, and in some of them you can use certain functions, and in newer versions you can use additional functions, or there is also the case that some functions are deprecated or removed from future builds. Okay, so now once you're familiar with pipe, let's talk about the VENV, or the virtual environment. And why do we actually need virtual environment, and what is that actually? So you can basically refer to the Python documentation for checking out what virtual environments are and what is their importance. But with the simple words, if you imagine that there are so many packages that you can install in Python, and I already explained you what are the different modules and packages that you can download with predefined functions. However, guys, sometimes, as I said, some applications that you want to build would run with certain version of some modules. For example, if you run Flask.1, you might have different functionalities from Flask.2. So if you want to create project in Flask.1 and if you want to create another project in Flask version 2, you cannot have only one installation of Flask, isn't it? So your projects are basically version specific. And if you don't create virtual environments and you have everything installed in your computer in the main Python implementation, then you cannot ensure that every project would run simultaneously on every device, right? Because on every device you might have installed different packages. And here where it comes to the virtual environment. So by having a virtual environment, you can run a specific set of Python packages before you run your Python project. So you would always run this virtual environment, which is basically a folder that consists Python packages. So you would run first this folder, which will be part of your project, and then you would run your project, and this will ensure that you always run your project with the collected libraries and tools. So in order to install the virtual environment, as everything else, this is also a Python tool, so you need to install it. And as you already have pipe, you simply can write pipe install, and then you need to write virtual env, okay? And this will make sure that it collects the virtual environment, okay? So once you have that package installed, as you can see now we have it installed. Now what you can do is to create virtual environments. Now I'm gonna show you how to do this from the terminal, but at the same time I'm going to create a folder so you can see how this happens graphically and so you can understand it better. Okay, so as you can see, if I write pwd, I'm in the folder Martin Yanev, which is my username folder, and you can see that I'm in the same folder here. So the first thing I will do is I will create a folder, and then in that folder I will create a virtual environment. So for example, if I write mkdir pyenv, okay, you can see that a new folder called pyenv was just created into our screen. Let me actually make this as icons so you can see it better. So we have the pyenv that we just created, and if I do cd env, I would enter this folder, so let's enter it here as well. And as you can see, this folder is completely empty, okay, there is no file inside. And now you can create a Python virtual environment by simply writing virtual env, okay, which is the function that runs the virtual environment, and then the name of the virtual environment folder. So let's do it VENV. It actually doesn't matter what name you choose. It's just more commonly accepted, the VENV as the name of your virtual environment folder. So if I press enter here, you can see that a new folder has just been created, okay, and this folder is called virtual environment, okay. So now we have the virtual environment set up or created. However, now if I write commands, Python commands from the terminal, those commands would still not use our virtual environment, and this is because now you created it, but you also need to activate it. So for Linux and Mac users, to activate your virtual environment, you need to write source, okay, then you write venv, which is this folder, okay, then you write bin, okay, and then you write activate, and this will launch this activate file, which will basically run your virtual environment. So let's click enter here, and as you can see, before the name of my command line, you see in brackets venv, which means that our virtual environment is now running. So all the packages installed in that virtual environment are now running, okay. So see, we have here the libraries, Python 3.10 with these packages installed, and you also have the bin folder when are all the run files, okay. So you have the libraries and you have the executable files. Okay, so it's good so far. So once you have your virtual environment, let's now install Flask. Make sure that you're inside your virtual environment. So let's do pipe install Flask, okay. So you can see that Flask is installing now. And now if I go to my virtual environment libraries, Python 3.10, and I go to the site packages, you can see that plenty of new packages have just been installed. You have Flask, but you also have other packages. And the reason for that is because in order for Flask to run, we need to have other packages that Flask is basically using to create its functions. So as you can see, you also installed Jinja2, Makeup Safe, Workzuk, and so on. So now if we create our Python project and we are executing the Python project with this environment, we will be able to access all those new libraries that we just installed. So now if you do nano app.py, you would create now a new text file, And let's try to create a Flask file here. So if I do from Flask import Flask and then app equals Flask name, okay, and then if I do add app.route and then a function def hello world, okay, and after that if I write return hello from Flask, okay, so once the file is ready, let's press Ctrl X and then let's press Y, and once we do that you can see that we have a new file which is a Python file, and I can open it just to check it with my editor Xcode, and you can see this is the file we just created. So we created this file in the folder. Of course you don't need to use Nano, you can use basically any text editor, but I just did it so I can quickly create a Flask project or a Flask basic file, so I can show you how Flask can start with our virtual environment. Now if I write in the terminal Flask app equals app.py Flask run, this would basically say to the compiler that we have a new Flask app which is in app.py, and then we're gonna run Flask. And you can see that now we see running HTTP. And so let's go to this link and see what happens, guys. So if I go to the browser and press that, you can see that we see hello from Flask. So this means that our web service using Flask is now working and you can use Flask freely on your device. So I hope that this video really clarified how you can basically use virtual environment, Flask, and how all of those things are working simultaneously together. That's it, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Flask and RESTful services. Hi everyone, and welcome to this video where we're going to have a step back and talk a little bit about what Flask is and the basics for the REST services. In order for Flask to be built, we need two major components. Those are the workzook and Jinja2. And those two are packages. One of them, workzook, is responsible for providing routing, debugging, and web server gateway. Jinja2 is just a template engine with functions that really simplify creating your applications. Flask is built to not support initially any database access, authentication, or other high-level utilities. But the good thing about Flask is that even though it is very lightweight, on the other side it can be extended and add all those sources to create ready-to-use microservices and web applications. In fact, a whole Flask application can fit just in a simple Python file. This is how efficient it is. You can have only one file to have a production-ready application. So the idea of Flask is to have something that's lightweight and then be able to add extensions. In fact, there are hundreds of open source Flask extensions. So as we already saw, Flask is a Python package. It is developed based on any other standard Python package. So for that reason, in this course, we're also talking about how you can be familiar with Python and then move to the frameworks such as Flask. So in front of you, you can see a typical Flask application that is actually ready to work. And what you can see in front of your screens is application that imports Flask, then defines a function that executes a route which displays hello Flask on our screen or in the browser. So this code not only prints hello from Flask on your browser, but also creates a built-in automatic server which is constantly running, so you can see your output in your browser like Chrome or Mozilla. And here's what you would see if you run the Flask service and then access your local host. It is quite simple, isn't it? So as you can see from the description of this course, Flask is basically used in order to run RESTful services. And RESTful means representation, state transfer. So this type of service is used for the different systems to communicate between themselves and exchange data. So we normally create RESTful services in order to really simplify the exchange of data between the different devices around the internet, and this is pretty much used in most of the web applications that we're using today. So for that reason today, every famous programming language has frameworks that support RESTful web services. So when you're using RESTful web services, you have this concept for distinguishing between server and client. And those two components, the client and the server, they don't need to know for the state of each other in order to exchange information. They simply send messages that are understood from both parties without one of them to need to know about the existence of the other one. So as you can see on the figure in front of you, you usually have some database that is located on a server and contains all the information. And after that, this information crosses the API, which is basically number of functions that are saying how and when data from the data source is going to be accessed. And you can see here the different protocols that are used in order to exchange that information. So you have XML, JSON, and HTTP, and usually Flask is using heavily JSON data streams. So JSON is pretty much a way that the data is stored in text files. You can see also that there are other ways for getting data like SOAP, but today really the REST is the most famous way of accessing data from your smartphone or computer device. Not only this, but also in order for the RESTful services to be aware of what action is required, we use those HTTP methods like get, post, put, and delete, which are the main methods with which we basically control what services we would like to have. Would we like to post something, for example, creating an account? Would you like to get information like seeing pictures and messages online? Would like to put or edit something, or would we like to delete it? So all those methods are a core HTTP methods that are used by REST and other services in order to easily translate information from one device to another. Another type of protocol for exchanging data is a SOAP protocol, and this is the predecessor of REST. It's been overtaken by REST because REST had many features that are more advanced and they make more sense in today's times. Unlike REST, SOAP, however, exposes components of the application logic, which today is not that preferable because we would like to provide only the information to the user, but not the way that this information has been obtained. So SOAP is usually exchanging data over XML, while the REST has the ability to exchange data over a variety of different type of data formats. But of course, SOAP also has some quite nice features because of which sometimes is preferred over REST. For example, SOAP is preferred when we need a robust security because it provides support for the web services security. So in this course, I'm going to try to cover both of those topics so you can be aware about the services that you can be asked to use in literally any type of company that is working with web services. So this was everything from this video, guys. In the next one, we're going to talk for the different functions that the RESTful APIs have. So we're going to concentrate a little bit more on them. Thank you very much for watching that video, and I'll see you in the next one. RESTful features. Hi everyone and welcome back to the course. In this video, I thought that we might want to look at some of the key components of the RESTful web services. And here I will show you some data formats and basically the base feature of every web service. As you can see on the slide here, the main features are the uniform interface, representations, messages, links, caching, and stateless. But let's move on and start with the uniform interface and pretty much understand what this means. So the RESTful APIs have uniform interface across the systems. So here we're implementing the idea for having safe and independent methods. So when I say safe, I mean that those methods do not modify the resources like get or head method. So as we discussed in the previous slides, here in front of you, I am providing you a table with all the HTTP verbs useful for the RESTful services, and you can see that the main of those are the get and the post method, which are really consisting of 90% of all the HTTP verbs used in the RESTful methods, because with the get you can manipulate a resource, or with post you can insert a resource. So the RESTful services focus on the resources and providing access to those resources. So every resource can be thought of as an object in object orientational programming. So the very first thing to do while designing a RESTful service is to identify the different resources and to determine the relation between them. So once the resources are identified, then we would need to identify the representations. So by representation, I mean the type of messages that are used in order to simulate the resources. Unlike SOAP that provides only support for XML, the RESTful services is using JSON and HTML representation that you can see in front of you. So you can see on your left side and on your right side exactly the same thing, with the difference that on the left side you have an HTML file, while on the right side you have a JSON file. So this is a small example of the resources that can be represented in both formats. Of course, they all have their advantages and disadvantages, but from the work experience, I would say that you should choose the one that you are more familiar with and you're used to work with. So also in the REST architecture, which is essentially established as server client based style, the messages exchanged between this client and server are quite important. So the client and the server talk between each other via messages, in which the client sends a message to the server and requesting from that server to send some certain response. So usually we're requesting resources and the server is responsible for providing those resources to the client. So despite the core information exchange, there is also a metadata, or data that is always the same, and this data is usually in the headers. So the HTTP1 defines how the request and the response headers should look like for communicating between server and a client. And this is what you can see in front of you. This is what a standard message exchange between those two components, server and client, looks like. So we would normally have name, email, body, just information that one can be identified by the other. And finally, let's talk about the links between the different resources, which are one of the fundamental concepts of the RESTful architecture. So a resource is an object of a type, associated data, and relationship to other resources. That can be a set of methods that can be executed, for example. Usually, a resource in the RESTful APIs is consisting of a link to other resources or services. For example, here we're using the link youtube.com. So as we like to automate basically everything that we're programming, resources are designed to automatically be able to be referred by the method that you can see in front of you with, for example, name, author, ID, and usually for ID you would have some more complex number and so on. And this is what are the very basics of working with RESTful API, guys. Thank you for watching that video, and I'm really excited to continue with the rest of the course, where you're going to see other more complex type of projects, and you will soak into the RESTful web services. Thanks for watching. Flask project with SQLAlchemy. Hi everyone, as the header of this video says, in this section we're going to try to build a completely functional Flask project with a database. And for that reason, in order to use databases, we would use something called SQLAlchemy, which will basically allow us to use any type of database. And as you can see in front of you, SQLAlchemy supports a variety of databases such as PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, SQLite, which is the one we're going to use for this project, Microsoft SQL Server, and so on and so forth. Basically, you can use SQLAlchemy in any of your Flask applications and use an additional database, which really simplifies your life. So the next thing I want to talk about before jumping into the actual project is the objectives. So our objectives are to create a fully functional Flask landing page. Okay, then we're going to build a login and registration form, and also we'll add user and post classes so you can have different users that can add different posts in your application. So this is the idea for our application, and now after you're familiar with it, I created here our application into project 3 folder, and as you can see here you have two folders that you actually need to import from the resources in that section, and this is the front end. As I don't want you to jump into the front end yet, because this course is specifically for the Flask and databases backend, which is the core for the RESTful web services. For that reason, the front end here is built so you have these HTML and CSS files. If you don't know what it is, you feel free to check in internet. But basically, this is the markup or what or how our raw application is going to be designed and displayed to the final user. So here we define things such as colors, where the elements are displayed on our browser, basically things that really don't involve Flask. So this is already created, and you can simply create this project folder and add the static or the CSS and the HTML files, and then build your application. So I assume that you already use PyCharm for that course. So just jump into PyCharm and open a new project. So if you have PyCharm open, select File, Open, and then navigate to the directory of this project. Select Open, and then you can see all the templates that we have here displayed, but without any Python files. So let's jump in, and basically you need to create two files in order to run your project, and those are going to be the application file and the form file. So let's do that. Now go here over the project tree and select new Python file and write app.py, or actually just app, and then let's create another one Python file, and here we'll have forms.py. Okay, so in those two files, one of them is going to be the main runner, which is the app.py, and the other one is going to act as a form template. Okay, so let's run our initial Flask application, and then I will show you the classes and the methods that we're going to be adding here. So let's do from datatime import datatime, then from. Actually, before doing the from, let's go into our terminal, and once we're in our terminal, let's create a virtual environment where we can install all of the packages that we need. So you can do that by writing virtual env venv, and venv is the folder where we will have our virtual environment. So select that, and as you can see, if I write ls, you can see we have the virtual environment. Even if I go back to PyCharm, you can see the virtual environment here, and let's activate it. So what you need to do is to write source venv bin activate. So we have virtual environment, and now we can install some of the packages required for that project. So let's do pipe install Flask, then I will also install actually let's first install Flask. Okay, then pipe install Flask SQLAlchemy. Okay, and finally let's install, so let's do again pipe install Flask underscore WTF. Okay, Then let's do another one, pipe install WTF forms. Actually it's WT forms. Okay, so that's done. Okay, so once you have those packages installed in your virtual environment, you can go to PyCharm and select your new interpreter, so you're up to date. Okay, so let's add a new interpreter, and you can add exactly the virtual environment of your project here. So let's click OK. As you can see, you have your new Python environment. Select OK here, and you can see all of your packages that you already installed. So click OK, and now if you do from Flask, you will see it. And let's do Flask form. Actually, import Flask form. Actually, this is Flask WTF. Okay, then let's actually do all the imports. Let's do from WTF forms, import string field, password field, submit field, and boolean field. Okay, so we're going to use all of those, and then let's do from WTF forms dot validators. Let's import data required, length, email, and equal to. Okay, so those are the imports for the forms, and let's go to the apps now. And in the app, I'm going to do from datetime import datetime. Then let's do from Flask import Flask render template URL for Flash and redirect. Okay, and then let's do from Flask SQLAlchemy. We'll import SQLAlchemy, and then from forms, let's import. Actually, let's leave that for later because I want to first build the forms, and then we will import them once the time comes. Okay, so now once you have some imports, guys, let's actually create the main Flask application and run it so we can see that it works. Okay, so let's do app equals Flask and then name, and then app.config secret key will be equal to secret. Actually, whatever word you choose here, it would work. Okay, and then let's do app.config, and then let's write here SQLAlchemy underscore database URI, and this will be equal to SQLite and then site.db. Okay, and basically the first config is used for us so we can do the login and the register pages, and the second one is the configuration for the server that we're going to run. Okay, let's now define the database. So db would be equal to SQLAlchemy, and let's pass our app here. And finally, let's create our main class. So let's do if name equals main, then let's do app dot run, and let's add the debug mode, so debug will be equal to true. Okay, so let's save that and let's try to run our app. So we have here the virtual environment setup, and if you do python app.py, you can see that our server is running properly right now. And if we go to our link here, you can see that we basically have our application running. However, we don't define pages yet, but you can see that our application gets a hit once you try to access a page. So this means that our Flask application is now running, and the next important step will be, guys, to create our front page. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching that video, and I will see you in the next one. Building the Flask homepage. Hello everyone, welcome back to the course. As you saw last time when we were trying to run our project, we were seeing that a page is not found. So today I will create some methods so you can display something on your front page, and from there we're going to move to creating the login and register forms. Now basically creating tasks or pages in Flask, it is really easy, and I will really prove you that right now. So you basically define a page with the app dot route, okay, and then you define how you want to access this page. For example, if your URL is, as we saw in our tab, if our URL is this one, okay, if this is our page, then this means that once you do a slash, you see what is displayed in this method. Or if you do app.route, and if I write here some keyword like home, this means that once I access the URL that I just showed you, /home, then I will access what I will define right below, okay? Pretty simple. So let's create a method, and this method will be called home because this will be our home page, okay? Then let's do return, and I will do render template, and we're going to render one of the HTML templates that we already have imported into our project. So I will do home.html, and if you're concentrating into the backend, this is all you need to do to display the content of your page. The rest needs to be done by the front-end developer. Okay, so let's save that, and actually just bear with me because we need to do one more thing. Let's go to the layout.html, and I'm just going to remove for now, save this code, delete it, and put it somewhere. Okay, let's save it, because like this I'm removing the login and the register buttons from the front page so we don't get error as they are not ready yet. Okay, so let's save that, and I'll run our server again. So Python app.py, you can see that our server is working perfectly fine. And now if I reload it, you can basically see that you have the everything block right here. You have your home button, okay, and you can see pretty much when you select them, you're not getting an error because you're returning basically the same page. Okay, so this is how you are displaying the front page of the Flask, but of course you would like to have some information into that front page. Okay, so we'll create some posts in the middle, and also I will create the login and the register button later on. Okay, but before that, we want our application to be able to get different users, and also those users to be able to create different posts. And for that reason, you need to create two classes, user and post. So let's create them right now. And let's start with the user. So let's do class user, and then let's do db.model. Okay, so this will be important into our database, and then you can do id equals db.column, and then let's do again db.integer primary key equals to true. Okay, then let's create a username to that user. So username, so every user would have ID, it would have username. So let's add this username into the database, column, and then db. So the username is a string, so I will do string with, let's call it 25 characters. Let's do unique. So when you do unique equals to true, this means that there can be only one username from that kind. And let's do nullable will be equal to false, because we want our username to have at least one letter. Okay, next I will create a password. So password would be equal again to db dot column, and here db dot string with 30 characters, and then let's do nullable equals to false. Then let's add image for our user. So let's do image equals to db.column and then db.string, and let's allow here 20 characters. Okay, nullable will be equal to false, and also I'll create a default image. Default would be equal to pic.jpg, which is a picture type. Then let's add an email. So the user also have an email, which is equal to db.column and then db.string. Let's add here 200 characters. Then let's do unique be equal to true, and nullable will be equal to false. Okay, and finally let's create another variable called posts, which will be equal to db.relationship, and here we're going to relate this to the other class that we'll create. So we're going to relate this to post, then let's write comma, back reference, and we'll tie this to outer, and let's do lazy equals to true. Okay, so we're ready with the user class, and after that actually let's create a function here. So we would like a user to be able to be created on its own. So let's do def repr, okay, and here we're going to return the parameters we already created. So let's do f user, okay, and then let's add self dot username, then let's add self dot email, and then let's do self dot image. Okay, so this is how we'll be able to add new users. So let's end it here, guys. This is how you create your user class, and in the next video I'll create with you the post class, and also we're going to add some user posts that later will be displayed on your application. That's it. Thank you very much for watching that video, and I will see you in the next one. The post class. Hi everyone, in today's video we're going to build a class that is quite similar to our user class, but in that case the new class is going to be responsible for publishing posts into our web application written on Flask. So it will basically get the same database model, but the fields inside are going to be slightly different. So let's now just under the user class create another one called post, and let's pass here again the db.model, okay, and here we can do id equals db.column, and then let's do db.integer, comma, primary key equals to true. Okay, and those are just the different parameters that are going to be associated with the post. Then a post will have a title. Okay, so the title will be again db.column, and here I will pass db.string, and you can specify how much are the maximum characters of that string, and then you can do nullable equals to false. Okay, after that let's add the date, so date posted, and here we'll use one of our imports, the date time that you can see here. It hasn't been used yet, but now we'll put it into action. So let's do db.date time, then nullable will be equal to false. Okay, and finally we use a default date, so the default will be equal to date time dot UTC now. Okay, so the time will be in UTC, and here we're missing the db dot column in order for these parameters to get recognized. Okay, then let's add content, or this is what is going to be in the body of our post. So let's do db dot column, and here let's add db dot text knowable equals to false. Okay, and then let's do user id would be equal to db dot column, and then db dot integer comma db dot foreign key, and here we'll attach this to the user dot id. Okay, and let's make this unknowable, so let's do knowable equals to false. Okay, and here I noticed that I missed a number, so here is integer. Okay, and that's all, guys. You should be all set with the class. So this is how the post class looks like. You can have a look and update your code if you did any errors. Then I will create the same REPR function, okay, which will help with the creation of that object. So let's do REPR self, and then here we would return f post bracket and then self dot title. Okay, and then self, actually let me do a semicolon here, sorry, parentheses. So self dot date posted. Okay, and that should be all. Let's close the brackets here. So this is what our function returns, guys. So now once you have that, let's actually create some posts that we can actually add inside our page. So let's do posts, and this would be equal to a list of posts, and we'll create them in a JSON format. Okay, so you would have like author, title, content, and date posted. Okay, everything that we had here, as you can see. Okay, so let's first create author, and let's write my name, Martin Yanev. Okay, then you can add a title with a single T. So title, let's name that post 1. Okay, then let's add content, and let's write here software engineering, for example. Then let's add date posted, and here we can write March 05 2022, and this is how, guys, March, and this is how, guys, one of the posts look like. And if you want to create more posts, it is actually very simple. You just need to go to a new line, open curly brackets, copy that. Okay, so you don't do a repetitive work, and then simply change the author and the content. So let's do Will Smith post 2. Let's write here aerospace content, and then let's do another date, for example January 1st 2022, and let's create one more just for fun. So I'm going to copy this one and paste it here, and let's here create, for example, Lucy Wawas. Let's do post 3. Let's write here fashion, for example, and let's this be December 5th 2021. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, so now once you're ready with your posts, actually let me stop the server. Once you're ready with your posts, you can add them to the home page very easily by simply writing posts equals, okay, and the name of our posts is posts. Okay, let's save that. And you can, if you wonder how do we detect those posts, you can see that in the HTML file we're doing here a for loop for post in posts, and we define how they are displayed, like where is displayed the author, where is displayed the date posted, where is displayed the title, all those things that we already added here. Okay, so if I save that backend file, and if I go now to the server and run it, so let's do python app.py, let's reboot our web page, and you can see that now here in the middle of our application we can see our posts. So we have post 1, post 2, post 3 and so on with the users, which are of course not clickable because we haven't added profile functionality here. Okay, so whether you go to the home page or just to the main page, you can see that you basically see the same thing. Okay, so this was what I want to show you today, guys. Bear with me in the next video where I will show you how you can create a completely functional register form. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for watching and spending your time for this course. I hope you learned a lot today, and I will see you in our next video. Creating a registration form. Hi guys, welcome back to our application where we're building a completely functional Flask API using RESTful services. So now, since we already created our main page, now you can replay and create some other pages in your application. And the first page that we're going to build is our registration form. So before adding this page here and you add a new page with the app.road, first we need to create that form in this file in forms.py, because for the form we're going to be using a predefined toolkit which is called Flask WTF and WTF forms. So let's get to work and create the class for the registration form. So do class registration form and then write Flask form. Okay, so let's do now username would be equal to string field. Okay, and this is a predefined thing into the WTF forms. And let's write username, comma, and then validators, and then let's write the data required. Then let's do a length validator, and it's very simple. So here the minimum length it's 2 and the maximum length is going to be 20. Okay, so once you're done with that, let's do email. And again, so everything is string field. You name the string field and also you're adding validator. This is how it would basically work. So for the email, let's do again a string field, and then let's here write email. This is how the field will be called. And then let's do validators, and I'm gonna add 2 validators here. So first of all, that the data is required, so we'll get an error if that field is not having any data. And then we want this data also to be referring as an email, so the system will automatically check if what we have into the field is an actual email. Okay, then let's do a password, and the password will be equal to a password field. So as you can see, this is a different field, and you remember the password field should hide the characters that you're writing inside. Let's write now password, and then validators would be equal to data required. Okay, then let's create another field called confirm password, and this will be equal again to a password field, and we'll pretty much have the same requirements, with the only difference that what one field that you will see right now. So let's do confirm password, then let's add the validators, and the first one will be that we need data required, so data required. Okay, and then we'll add the function equal to, and we'll check if this is equal to the password. Okay, because we want our, obviously we want our password to be equal to our confirm password. Okay, good. And finally, let's do submit, will be equal to submit field, and then let's write here what's going to be written in the button: sign up. Okay, let's save that. And as you can see, guys, now your form is ready. Okay, so you have username, email, password, and so on and so forth. So once you save that, then go back to the app.py, and once you have the form created, now you need to implement it into your main application. Okay, so you can simply write app.route, and here let's write /register, and also you can add the methods that you would like to have inside your application. So now in the front page you don't need any method, but here you would want to have some methods. So you would like to have the post and the get method. So let's do methods equal to a list, and this list will have get, and this list would also have post. Okay, then let's do def register. Okay, and let's do now form equals to register. Actually here we don't see anything, and I assume this is because we didn't yet add our registration form here, as you can see. So this is pretty simple to do. Let's now write from forms import, and then you should see the available options. So if I write now R, you will see the registration form. Okay, so you can simply add it here. Here we go. Now this is accessible. Okay, so the form will be a registration form, and now to the form variable you have all those parameters attached, which is great. Let's do now if form dot validate on submit. Then I would like to do flash. Okay, flash, and let's write account created. Let's then write username. Okay, and I will pass here the username. So let's do form dot username dot data. Okay, so this will show you the username. Then let's write comma, and let's write success. Okay, let's add a parenthesis here. Okay, so this will be the message that will be shown once you press the submit button, and if your submission is validated. Okay, and then let's return here. So return redirect, and we will return to our home page. So let's do URL for home. Okay, that's it. And finally, from the whole function, let's return render template, and the template will be registration or register dot html. Let's add a title, would be register. Okay, and finally the form would be equal to form. Okay, so this is what we're going to print. We're going to print the form, the title will be register, and also we'll be using as a front end the register.html file. And this line here is saying what is going to happen once we push the submit button and our action is validated. You can also see the register HTML file. It might look long, but the only thing it does, it pretty much defines how the fields are going to look like. Okay, so don't worry about it too much. Now let's save that, and let's go to our layout, because here you remember we removed some pieces of code, and we will need to add the registration piece of code so you can see the button there. So now I push back the navigation bar, but I only added the register button. So let's save that and see if it's gonna work in our server. Okay, let's write app.py, and you can see that we're getting an error here. So it says install email validator for email validation support. Okay, I assume some libraries were updated. So what you can do is do pipe install, and let's install this email validator. So let's do Control C and Control V. Okay, so we have now installed the email validator module. Let's run again the application, and you can see that now everything works properly. So let's go to the browser and reload the web page, and you probably noticed now you can see on your right top corner the register button. So click it, and okay, here we have an error. Oh, and it seems that, so I know what this error is. It seems that in our register page we're using the login, so we're referring to the login page here as well. So let me actually search. Yeah, so here remove the statement already have an account for now. Okay, and as you can see here, we're referring to our login page, which is not created yet. So for that reason, I'm going to remove it for now. Let's save it, and let's refresh our register page. So you can see that it works properly. Let's actually do it from the beginning. So if I select the everything block and I select register, now you can see that we have this register form, and here you can really add a new user. Okay, so we'll try out registering once we also have the login page, so we can do both things. But this is how you are creating a completely functional registration form using Flask and the backend functionality of it. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and in the next video I'm gonna show you how you can create the login page. Thanks for watching. Creating a login form. Hi guys, as we already created our registration form, now it's time to go back to the code and actually create everything we need to have our login page completed. So we're going to use actually a similar methodology as we used for our registration form, and I will start by building the form here in the forms.py file. So let's create a class, and I will name it login form. Okay, and let's write Flask form. Okay, and let's do email equals string field, and then let's write email, comma, validators, and then data required, and then email. Okay, so this is how we create the email that the user would need to add. So this is actually going to be instead of username, we will be using email. Then we'll ask the user to add a password. So let's do password equals to password field. Then let's write password, and then validators, and this will be equal to data required. Okay, then let's create another field. So let's do remember, and here this will be a boolean field, so you will be able to click it so the system can remember your login. Okay, so let's do remember me. Okay, and finally let's create a submit button. So let's write submit, and this will be equal to submit field, and here we would write login. Okay, as you can see, that class was actually even more simple comparing to the registration form. So this is how it looks, and now once we have our login form class, actually let me remove the datetime from here because we don't use it. So once we have that here, we can go back to our application, right? And here we're going to create another page which will be responsible for logging in to our application. So let's do app.route, and as you might think, I will name this page as login, and then we use the methods. They would be get and post. Okay, and here we can start building our function. So let's do here def login. Okay, and this will be our function for logging into the page. So let's do now form equals login form, Okay, and then let's do if form dot validate on submit. Okay, and then if form dot email dot data, and here you can see that this is underlined, and I think this is because we don't add it up there. So also in PyCharm you can simply hover over it and just click import, and as you can see now it went here, right? So now this data is recognized, and this would be equal to admin at blog.com and form dot password dot data is equal to password. Then let's write, so let's do flash, and we'll write you have been logged in, okay, comma, success. Okay, and then let's return redirect URL for, and then let's write home here. So we would redirect to home once we log in. Okay, and let's do then else. So if we don't manage to log in, we would want to say to the user that either his username or password are incorrect, isn't it? So let's do login unsuccessful, please check username and password. Okay, and let's write here danger. Okay, and let me go a little bit further. So once we're done with that, let's write here return statement. So let's do return, and here I'm going to launch the render template. Okay, and you know, here we need to provide first the form. So let's do login.html, then let's do title would be equal to login, and finally let's do form would be equal to form, would be equal to form, and we're referring this form here, which is our login form. Okay, so this is how the login function looks like, guys. So now once you bring your HTMLs back to what they was, okay, so here we have the login button, and also in the registration form, don't forget that here we removed our login button as well. So let's save that, and you should be all set to run your complete application. So let's go back to our browser and to our server. Let's stop it and then start it again, and here let's refresh the server. So if I go to the home page, you will see that we now have the login button here. So let's click it, and you can see that you have your login form. Those are the two fields. You have the remember me button, okay, you have login, and you also have the forgot password right here. Also under here you can see that you have the sign up now, which will basically direct you to the register button. And if you go to our login form, you can see that here the last bit says if you don't have an account, and it sends you to the register form, as you can see. Okay, so you can see that, for example, since I just run the server, I'm not logged in, so you can see the error, right? And let's say I want to register, so I say sign up now. And let's say if I want to put my username as Martin Y, then my email address right here, and let's say the password it's 126. Let's sign up, and you can see that account created, username Martin Y. Okay, so this is how you register to your account. As you can see, those forms are of course still staying here, right? Because we don't add the functionality for some of them to disappear. But this is how you can basically create a login, registration, and home page form for your post application. That's it. Thank you very much for watching that video, and I will see you in the next one. Creating users and posts. Hi guys, and welcome back to the course. First off, let's start by saying that your application is completely ready. You're now able to create users and to create posts from that users. So this is what we're going to do in this video. Whether you want to do and create users and posts from your terminal or from your Python file, it would be all the same. However, in this video, I will show how you can create users and posts from your Python file, and once you run the server, how to manipulate those entries. So let me demonstrate you how you can basically create a user and add that user inside your database. As you can see, here we already actually have database which was automatically generated from my tests, but I'm going to remove it because I want to start everything from scratch. Now, first off, if you want to create a database, what you need to do is to write db dot create all, and this would create a file just like the one that you just saw, and this will create you the database. Now, the next thing what I want you to add is db dot drop all, and this would make sure that if you have something left from the previous run of the server, it's going to all be removed, because you want every time when you create a server that you are able to generate new entries, so your database is not overflowed with the previous ones, and then you can again run db dot create all. Okay, so this will make sure that it will create a fresh database. Now, in your database, what you can add are users and posts, since you have those classes. If you want to create more models that you want to add to your applications, you simply need to create more classes. For example, if you're running an online store, you can create a class called item and then add attributes to that item. And I will show you how you can create each and every of these modules in the database, and you can even automate that, adding some for loops or if statements. But the subject of that video is, of course, to learn how to create users and posts and how to add them into the database. So let's create user one. So user one would be equal, and then you use user class that you just created, and here you can add username equals to, let's say, John. So this will be the name of our user. Then let's create an email for John, and the email would be john@gmail.com. Let's do a password, and let's name the password also John. Okay, so we can have like easy entry. Actually, this with O and O lowercase. Okay, so this is your first user. Let's now copy that entry because we're lazy, and let's create two more so you can have some more users. So let's create user 2, and I will call this Sam with email sam@gmail.com, and the password will be Sam as well. And let's create user 3 with username Bill, then bill@gmail.com, and then let's do Bill here. Okay, so those are your users, but the fact that you create them don't mean that you added them into the database. In order to add something in the database, you need to do db. Actually, let me make this screen a bit bigger so you can see better. So you need to do db dot session dot add. Okay, and then you add the name of the component or the model, the instance of the model that you want to add. So you can add user 1. Okay, and we will do the same thing with the rest of the users. So user 1, user 2, and user 3. And then let's do db dot session dot add. Actually, we're ready with the adding. Now we need to do commit. Okay, so this will commit all the changes and add them into the database. Okay, so this is the final step. Now, once you have all users created, let's create posts from that users. And if you look back into our post class, usually How we create posts is using a relationship between the posts and the users, and the relationship is the user ID. So let's do here post1 would be equal to post. Okay, you can see this method is recognized, and then let's add a title. Okay, because we made the posts to have title, let's write post 10, then let's write content, and this would be equal to John first post, and then let's try user underscore ID would be equal to user1 dot, and here you can choose ID. Okay, and this is how you can assign post1 to user1, which is John. So now let's again copy this and paste it a few times, and let's do post2. Okay, so let's do this as John second post, and here again I'm gonna use the user ID for John, and finally let's create a third post. I will name it post 12, and this will be, let's say, Sam first post, and here I want user 2. Okay, so you can save that, and basically you can add, as the post is a model just like the user is, you add the posts in literally the same way. So db.session.add, and then user 1, actually here is going to be post 1. Okay, and I will do exactly the same thing for the rest of our posts. So here we'll have post 2, and here we have post 3. Then I will do db.commit, db.session.commit, and let's save that. Okay, so as you can see, let me make a distance here. As you can see, here we create a database, then here we add users, and then here we add posts to those users. Okay, so let's get back to our server and let's run it. Okay, as you can see, the server runs properly, and here I have another window which is literally in the same directory with the same virtual environment, and here write Python. Okay, and once you write Python, you're in the Python shell. So here is how we're going to check if our users are created. So first off, I will import, so from app import, so let's import user post and db. Okay, and you can see that we just imported those services, so now we have access to them. So now in order to check on whether you have available users or posts, you can simply do user.query all. Okay, and you can see that once you do that, you have all the users that you just added inside your application, and here you see the name, the email, and also pic.png, which is the default picture that is added to those users. So this is basically what provides you that information here, this line of code. And you can really do exactly the same for the post. So if I do post.query.o, you can see all the posts with the date at which we added those and with the name of those posts, exactly as we defined here. So this is how you create posts and users. And also, as you can see, guys, here they are all created. Okay, you get 200 response, which means that everything works properly, and this is how we reach the final of our project. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next section. Building web messenger with microservices. Hi everyone, and welcome to this section where we're going to be introducing ourselves to microservices. Today, microservices are the most common way for describing the architecture of distributed systems. Companies such as Netflix really implemented and leveraged that strategy to build software easily. And in this section, you are going to learn those very basic concepts. So in this section, you will be creating two microservices, and in those two microservices, you add functionality that would make them to work together in order to make a messaging application using the Redis as a database. You create messages that will automatically expire after a certain amount of time, and you will be able to configure different functionalities in order to manipulate them. So as you can see on your screens here, you are going to learn what is Nameko toolkit. You create your first Nameko microservice. You add Nameko dependency providers. You learn how to save, retrieve messages, make messages expiring, and you also be using the post requests to send messages and run them from the browser. Now, before you start with the code and build this application, the first and the very important thing is to have the requirements to that application. So as you can see here, I defined some of the requirements that we would like our microservices application to do. So what we would like to do is to create a website that will be able to send messages. The user will be able to see messages that other people send to that very person, and also add functionalities for messages to expire after a certain amount of time. So the first step here is to install an application called Docker. You can download Docker from here, from docs.docker.com, get Docker, and depending on your operating system, you can get it from here, whether you're Mac, Windows, or Linux user. Since I'm a Mac user, I got the one for Mac, and depending whether you have Intel chip or Apple chip, you can download the required version for you from here. And you can see that I actually already downloaded it and installed it. I'm not gonna show you how you can install Docker because it is a really straightforward process, and it is just a simple application installation. And you can see that I already have it installed. So if I write Docker here, so if I select Docker, you would be able to see the Docker window. You can see that it is now loading right here. And if you see my Docker, I'm already running some applications. So basically what we use Docker for, actually let me remove those so we can actually start everything from scratch. What Docker is doing, it is basically allowing you to run and manage databases and applications. So you can simply start and stop the different databases that you're using, and you can do that from the Docker app. And this is why we're going to be using Docker in this course and in this section. So please install Docker and make sure that you see those screen. And later on, I'm going to show you how you can actually install those databases that I just removed. We are going to do all this from the terminal, which is the professional way to do it. So this was the first introductory video, guys, for this section. And this is all you need to have for now. But in the next video, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to Nameko and to RabitMQ, which we're going to be installing in our computer in order to run our project. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and I will see you in our next video. Nameko and RabitMQ. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the course. In order to make our application work and as a good starting point, I decided to give you a brief introduction to Nameko so you can understand basically how this project works. So Nameko is used to build microservices in Python. It is basically a Python framework. So Nameko is using basically two types of services: remote procedure calls, and as a protocol it uses the advanced message queuing protocol. And this allows Nameko to create microservices that can basically communicate with each other. So let's first talk a little bit about what is RPC, or the remote protocol calls, and what is the idea behind having those calls. For example, if you're in a cinema or you want to watch a movie in the cinema, you usually book the ticket online. So you would use the cinema booking system, right?
You would go to the website and you're basically going to get your ticket from there. So the cinema booking system could have few microservices. Some of them might be responsible for the bookings and some of them might manage the email services, right? So the booking service and the email service might both exist in different machines, right? So this could be machine 1 and machine 2. And those machines, they really don't have connection between each other, right? They don't have any communication. So if you're making a new booking, you're normally getting something called email confirmation, isn't it? So once you do your booking, you need to get an automatic email. And this is how those two services are getting connected. So once we do step 1 and we do our booking, then the booking machine is actually making a system call. So what the booking machine does, it is using the RPC or the remote procedure protocol in order to reach the email service, so the user can also get an email confirmation from that. And if you wonder how this might look code-wise, it would be something like this. So you would have a function called a new booking, and then you would need to have the user ID, the film, and the time at which we would watch the film. And within that function, the new booking, you would have something like this one where we're calling the email service and send confirmation, and we also pass the user ID, film and time, and then we assess the user email and send this email. So here, this is how we're using the remote procedure calls in order from one service to reach another one. And we're just doing a call to a service that already exists. We do not care about the network or the protocol that we're using. And as you can see, it doesn't give the email of that user. So this is the RPC, sorry. But what does the IMQP? So the Advanced Message Queuing Protocol is basically used to transport the remote procedure calls. So imagine if you have few calls, they're placed in something called messaging queue, okay? So they're all going in this queue, and when their time comes, they're basically getting sent to the correct service. Or we say they're consumed by the service, okay? So Nameko has workers which help to the services to consume certain requests. So when the RPC is made, the target service will reach the worker in order to carry on the task. And once the task is complete, the worker is removed from the stream. Okay, so those workers, they basically use the IMQP in order to send the remote procedure calls. So those are the components of Nameko. The next thing that we're going to use here is something called RabitMQ. And the RabitMQ is used as a message broker for Nameko, and it allows it to use the AMQP. So before we continue with our project, we actually need to install the RabitMQ in our machine, and to do that, you would of course need Docker, that hopefully you have it already installed in your computer. Okay, so here's our Docker, but in order to install everything we need to open the terminal, and I will be working heavily with the terminal in order to set up our application. So you simply need to write here, let me actually increase the size, docker run -d -p 5672 5672 -p 1500 672 1500 672 again -- name So here we set the name of our RabitMQ. So I'll write here RabitMQ and then write again RabitMQ. Okay, so here's how you install that. Let's run it. And you can see here the code of the process. And if you go back to Docker, you can see that we successfully installed and run at the same time the RabitMQ application. So if you wonder what those parameters here mean, for example, -d means that we want to run a container in daemon mode, or the process would like to run in background. -p means ports, so here we're exposing those ports 5672 and 15672, and we're doing this for the container to our local machine. So this is basically needed for Nameko in order to communicate with the RabitMQ, and -- name we're basically using to set the name here as RabitMQ. So if I write now docker ps, you would see that there is a process working within Docker, and this is called RabitMQ, and the process was run about a minute ago. And here you can see the ports and the protocol, which we're using a TCP protocol here for those ports, and this is how it runs. So that's good. The next thing we'll need to do is to create an Python environment so we can install all the packages and tools that we're using within that environment, and this will not affect our general computer system. So I have this folder here, which is called project 4, as you can see, and I will basically first go to this directory. So let me go there and we'll continue after that. So I always recommend you guys to have a virtual environment. So in order to do that, for example in Mac, first of all you need to make sure that you have a virtual environment installed. So let's do pipe install virtual env. Okay, so you can see that now we're collecting the virtual env or virtual environment, and then I'll simply do virtual env, and then we can call the folder VENV. Okay, so you can see that here we created a virtual environment folder, and I'll actually add it in project 4. So let's do cd project 4, and you can see that the virtual environment is right there. So once you have that, you need to activate your environment, and this is done by writing source venv bin and then activate. Okay, so once I do that, you can see here we have venv, which means that we're running our virtual Python environment. Okay, so now once you have that, every pipe or every installation is going to be installed in your virtual environment. So now you can basically install the pipe tools. So I will do pipe install pipe dash tools. Okay, and the pipe tools are now installed. So in our project here, now except the virtual environment, I'm going to create a new folder called requirements, and here in those requirements we're going to be able to install all the packages needed for us to run our project. But you know, the versions of the packages are normally changing, so in order to avoid that, I'm going to show you one way that you can always keep your packages up to date. So inside requirements, I will actually create two text files. Okay, so I will do a new file and I will save that and call it base, and I will simply place this file in our requirements folder. So let's save it, and I will close it for now. So let's go to the folder. You can see that our base file is here, and also I will actually copy and paste it, and I will create another file which will be called test. So let's call it test. Okay, and The base file will basically contain the requirements needed in order for the core services to run, and the test file will contain all the requirements and the installations needed for our tests to run. Okay, so in the base file I will write Nameko. Okay, let's save that. And after that, in the test file, I would write pytest. Okay, so in the base except Nameko, I will add two more, Jinja2 and Redis, those two packages. And also in the pytest file, I will basically add a fake Redis, okay, this package. So save those files, and then before continuing, I will change them from text files to IN files, so base IN. And so in my computer, once I change the type to IN, then you get those files. But you know, if you cannot change the extension of the text files, you can simply download it from the source code for this section. So after you have those files with the packages that I showed you, you can simply do pipe dash complete, and then I will do requirements and then the name of the first file, so base.in. And if you run that, actually I did a typo here because this is pipe compile, so it's pipe compile. Okay, so if you run that, you see that a new file appears here, and this is base.txt file, and this will be basically all the requirements needed for you in order to run the packages that you defined here. Okay, so if you attempt to install them straight away, you would get errors, but now with this command you can basically have all the packages, the latest packages that you need. And I will do literally the same thing for the test.in. Okay, so if I run that, then you get all the requirements needed for test.in. So then once this is done, you can use the command pipe sync in order to synchronize both files. So let's do requirements test, or actually let's first do the base in, and then requirements, and then test.in. So let's run that and let's see. Yes, so actually here I had to do the txt files, not in, so txt, and the other one I also changed to txt. So we use the text generated file, so txt. That's it. Let's run that and see if we're gonna get any issues. So as you can see, we basically didn't get any issues, and we have everything set up in our environment here. So let's now do pipe install -r and then install both packages, so requirements base txt and requirements test txt. Okay, let's run that and see if we are going to face any issues. Yes, and here we're getting an error because I need to do -r in order to read the file. So you can see that for me, the requirements are already satisfied because I already have those packages installed in my device. For you, the installation might be a little bit longer, which is completely fine. Just wait until the installation is complete, and then you can continue with the course. So that will be all for this video, guys. I think it is already too long, but I really want to show you all the requirements and the basic environment setup that you need to have in order to run this project. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and we will continue in the next video. Creating your first Nameko microservice. Hello everyone, today we're finally going to start with the coding for this project, and what I'm basically going to do is I will open PyCharm. So inside we're going to access the directory that we're already in and simply start creating certain files there. So let's open our project 4 in PyCharm, and then here you can see the virtual environment and you can see the requirements. So create a new directory, so select new directory, and I will call this directory temp underscore messenger. Okay, so it's going to be called temp messenger. Let's create that, and inside this directory I will create a new file, and I will name the file service.py. Okay, so you can see the file here. So here you can basically create your first service. Now let's write from nameko.rpc import rpc. Okay, and then let's create a class. So here is going to be our first service, and I will call it konnichiwa service. Okay, so this is how you create services. You create a service as a class, and then you can add different information inside. So let's name our service, and I will call this, let's call it konnichiwa service, and then I will write at rpc. Okay, and with that tag we're basically defining that there is a service. So let's create a function, and the function will be called konnichiwa. Okay, and inside this function I will simply return the word konnichiwa. Okay, so this microservice will return the word konnichiwa, and this is what we should expect to see on our screen. Okay, this sounds pretty simple. So here we're importing the RPC, which is our remote procedure call, and we're creating a remote procedure call which will print the word konnichiwa. Okay, so the next thing that you need to do before actually starting your service, actually let's write konnichiwa with double N so we actually don't do typo, so konnichiwa. Okay, but anyways, so before actually running our service into the browser, we need first to do another thing, and this is to create a configuration file. And the configuration file will basically tell Nameko where to access the RabitMQ and the RPC exchange. Okay, so I will create a new file here in our project. So new file, and this will be called config.yaml. Okay, let's save that, and you can see that we have our config file here, which is YAML file, and inside you need to write the following. So I will do amqp underscore URL. Okay, let me get a bit closer. URL. So now we will define the URL, and this will be pyamqp, and then I will write guest at localhost. Okay, and after that let's create another variable which will be called web server address, and I would do here simply the standard 0.0.0.0 or actually 8000, and finally I will do rpc underscore exchange, and this will be Nameko dash rpc. Okay, and just here on the first line we also need to add guest and a column after it, and also here is not URL but it's URI. Okay, so this is how your config YAML file needs to look like. And now let's go to a terminal and actually run Nameko. So you simply need to do Nameko run temp underscore messenger dot service dash dash config, and then we will run the config YAML file. So let's run that, And you can see that now we're connected to the host here, which means that our service should be running. So let me now open another terminal. So let me open a new window and I'll write there. So let's increase the tab. Nameko shell. Okay, so here we are in the shell, and let's write here n.rpc.konnichiwa underscore service dot konnichiwa. Okay, so you can see that when we write this, you basically get the output from our service, and you get the keyword konnichiwa exactly like we created it into our file, and this is basically running from the server here. So for example, if I try to stop that server, so let's do Control C. So we stop the service. This is actually the safest way to stop it, with Control C, because it doesn't keep the process. But if you do that, and if I open the terminal after that and I do the same thing, you're basically not going to get anything because you don't have any service running, so there is nothing to respond with that information. And as long as I run the service, you can see that we're getting the konnichiwa keyword. So congratulations guys, you actually created your first Nameko service, and now you're able to do more complex stuff once you have everything in place. That's it, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Testing and HTTP encryption. Hi guys, and welcome back to our project. Here we are in our Konnichiwa project, which is your first project for this section. And what we're going to do today is, firstly, we're going to do a simple testing of our project, and also I will show you how you can basically display it or send it to your browser. So let's get started. The first thing I will do is I will basically stop the service that I started last time, and I will add some additional code here. Now, first of all, I will create a new folder here in our project, and I will call this folder tests. So let's do new directory, and I will do tests. Okay, so you can see we have our tests here, and inside those, firstly, I will create a Python file, and this will be our init file. So init.py. We'll leave it blank, and we will simply use it in order to have this test folder as a module folder where you can easily access the content, the Python content inside. And after that, I will create another Python file, and I will call this test underscore service, and here we're going to add some basic tests. So let's start writing the code. So let's do from Nameko dot testing dot services import worker underscore factory, and after that let's do from temp messenger dot service. Let's import konnichiwa service, right? So you can see that we can basically access the service file here and import the konnichiwa service that we created back then, or that one. Okay, so let's create now a new function, and I will do def test underscore konnichiwa, and here let's create a few variables. So let's do service would be equal to worker factory that we added here dot, and here I will add the konnichiwa service. So konnichiwa service, that's it. And then let's do result would be equal to service dot konnichiwa. Okay, so we're gonna run the konnichiwa function here, and then I will do assert, and I will compare our result, okay, which will run the Konnichiwa service, with the worker factory, which is going to run the class. Okay, so we're just gonna check if those two are equal, or if the result is equal to Konnichiwa. Okay, it is very important to write it exactly in the same way as it is in the service here, so you can really do a good comparison. So I will just copy and paste it, which is even a better option in that case. So in order to check that test, you simply need to go to the root directory and write pytest, okay, and you can see that there is one test run, test underscore service.py, which is that one. This is the file, and you can see that basically the output was Konnichiwa, so our test is successful, and this means that our Konnichiwa service is really working properly. Okay, so that's great. Our testing is good, which means our service is also good. But the next thing I want to show you guys is how to basically do the HTTP encryption and how to enable your service to be displayed in a browser. So to do that, I would need to access our service file and to add the web server. So let's do class, and I will call it web server. Okay, and here this is very simple. We need to add name, so let's call it web underscore server. Okay, and after that let's do Konnichiwa service will be equal to RPC proxy, and here we'll add Konnichiwa service. Okay, and as you can see guys here, we get an error, and this is because we need to import the RPC proxy service here. Okay, and now you can see that this error disappeared. And after that, let's do our HTTP request. So let's do HTTP and then get, comma, and then let's do a slash. Okay, so this means we're going to use the get method, and we're going to use the slash in order to display when we would like to receive the Konnichiwa keyword. So this would be done in the main page of our application. You can also see an error here, so let's import here the Nameko HTTP headers right here. So you can see that this error completely disappeared now. Okay, and then we would like to say what would happen once we access our web service. So let's do here root. Okay, so self, comma, request, and I will do return self dot Konnichiwa service, okay, dot Konnichiwa. Okay, and the Konnichiwa, we're gonna get it from right here. So let's save that, guys. Let's save it, and now we will run the service and see if we will be able to display it into our browser. So what I will do is I will again run our application. Okay, so let me do Nameko run tape manager.service config YAML, and you can see that our service is working now. So what you can do is go to your browser, and here is the browser. So if I go to HTTP 127.0.0.1.8000, you can see that you can see the Konnichiwa keyword in your browser, which means now that every method or every microservice that you create in your service.py will be basically displayed in your browser, so the users can basically access it. And that's great. So you remember earlier I told you that you can use Nameko to test multiple services or how multiple servers work simultaneously, or this is an integration testing. So this was all, guys, I want to share with you in this video. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Working with Redis. Hi guys, and welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to talk about Redis, and I will show you how you can basically install it, run it into your Docker dashboard, and basically use it in order to capture different type of messages and requests as well. So Redis is basically in-memory data store. So it basically stores data, right? So if you send a message over the web, but you want to store it somewhere, remember it and trace it after that, you use Redis to do that. So let's set Redis for Docker, and I will simply write Docker run -d -p, and let's select ports 6379. So let's do 6379, and then again 6379 dash name Redis, and then Redis again. Okay, so let's run that, and you can see that you have Redis working into your Docker. So you have now both RabitMQ and Redis. Let's check if we have Redis installed in our device. So you can do Redis -- version. So as I can see, there is no Redis, so I can simply do pipe install Redis. Okay, which will basically install Redis into our device. So once we have Redis installed, you can start using it. So with Redis, you can use the following commands: set, get, ttl, pttl, and keys. So set basically sets a key to hold a given string or assigns a string to a variable. You can also set expiration, or your variable can hold a string until a certain amount of seconds or milliseconds. The get gets the value of the data stored in a key, so you would set a value for a certain amount of time or a message to a variable, and then you can get it with our get method. The TTL gets time to life. This is pretty straightforward, because if you set a variable or a key to hold a string with certain amount of time, with TTL you can check the time. The pttl basically again gets the time for a key, but this time you can get it in milliseconds. And the keys would return the list of all keys that you currently use. So let's check how that works. So let's write in our terminal docker exec-it Redis, and here I will do bin and bash. Okay, let's do that, and you can see that you're now in the Redis terminal. So let's do Redis-CLI. Okay, and you can see that now you're in the Redis CLI. So if I write set msg1 to hello, you can see the result okay, which means that we have message 1 that is set to hello, and we use the set command here. Okay, and we didn't define any time, so we can get it immediately. So get, and here the key is going to be msg1. Okay, and you can see that you get the word hello. Okay, so you can see that the Redis is saving it. Let's set another method, so let's do set msg2, and we can do here hi there. Okay, and then let's another do another try, get msg2, and you can see hi there here. Then if you write, for example, keys and a star, you would see all the keys, so message 1 and message 2. Let's do then set msg3, and let's write here, this message will disappear soon. And you can write ex, you can see that here we get a quite nice helper, ex for seconds, so you can do it for 15 seconds. Okay, and then you can do ttl msg3, and you can see the amount of time you have left until the message expires, so 2 seconds, 0 seconds, -2 seconds, and so on. This means that our message is expired, and if I do now get msg3, there is nothing. Okay, let's again create message 3, and here, for example, if I do pttl msg3, you basically get the time to end in milliseconds. Let's do get msg3. It expired already. Let's do it again. Let's get message 3, so you can see we still have it, but after a few seconds it will disappear, 15 seconds precisely, so you will see that very soon we will not see it anymore. And you can see that now the message disappeared, so you see NIL. So this is how we're adding Nameko into our application. Thank you for watching, guys, and in the next video I will show you how you can add dependency provider for Nameko. Nameko dependency provider. Hello everyone. When you're creating microservices, Nameko is using dependency providers to communicate with external resources, databases, services, and basically everything that your application depends on. By doing this, we have the ability to easily swap and reuse different types of dependencies. So let's create that application. Let's go back to our project, and in our temp manager, let's create a new folder called dependencies. So let's do new directory dependencies. Okay, and inside this folder I will create a file, a new Python file, which will be called redis.py. Okay, and let's start writing some code here, because here I want to create a Redis client. So let's do from Redis import strict Redis, and then let's create a class Redis client. Okay, and let's create a function here, so def, and this will be init self and URL. Okay, so let's do self dot redis equals to strict redis dot from underscore URL. Okay, and here I will write at URL, and then the code responses would be equal to true. So in the same class, let's import another method. So let's do def get message, and here we'll write self message underscore ID, and then message would be equal to self dot Redis dot get, and then let's do message ID, and I'll write if message is none, or there is basically no message, raise Redis error, and let's write the error here, so it's gonna be message not found dot format, and then message underscore ID. Okay, and let's return message. Okay, so let's also implement the error class. So let's do a new class, and then Redis error, then let's do exception. Okay, and let's simply write pass. Okay, so this class can be validated. So after we do that, just above the Redis client, let's create our dependency provider. So this would basically enable us, when we created the dependency provider, to utilize it basically with using other services. So in the same file, the redis.py, let's first import. So let's do from Nameko dot extensions, let's import dependency provider. Okay, and let's write here class Redis, and here I will pass the dependency provider. Okay, and then let's do self. Actually, let's create a function first. So let's do def setup, and here we'll pass self, and then let's do self dot Redis underscore URL will be equal to self dot container dot config, and then we will do here Redis underscore URL, then self dot client equals to Redis client, and here let's do self dot Redis URL that we already defined. Okay, let's define another function. So def stop, and then self. So we have the setup, we will do stop, and we will do the get dependency. So let's do del self dot client. Okay, and then let's create another function. So def get dependency, and here we will pass self, and then I will do worker underscore ctx, and here I will return again self dot client. Okay, so here we delete, and here we return. Okay, let me make some space here. And also here I saw that we have a typo, so this is not exception, but this is extensions. So let's do extensions, and you can see that now we can see the dependency provider here. And once we're done with this file, I will just save it. Don't worry about this red underline for now. Firstly, actually this class should be outside the other class, so by mistake I did it in, so you can see that you no longer have error here. And as I said, don't worry about this red underlining for now, we're going to fix that. But now the next thing I would like to do is to go to the service.py file, because here we need to add some additional functionality. So you can see that the last thing that we did, so here I'm going to actually remove the Konnichiwa service and replace it with a new service called message service. So I remove that and I will create a new class. So I will do class message service, okay, and I will do here name equals to message service, and then let's do Redis, and this would be equal to a Redis method here, and let's actually import that. So from messenger dependency Redis, let's import Redis, okay, and I will do here again RPC, so RPC, and this service here I will create a function, so I will do get message, and then here I will simply add the message ID, so message ID, and let's return self dot redis dot get message and then message ID. Okay, so this is basically a function that would return itself. Okay, and actually let me also leave the Konnichiwa function, so I will just add it here, so RPC, and then you can simply do def Konnichiwa self and then return Konnichiwa. Okay, let's save that. Okay, so let's save that, guys, and as you can see there are no errors here. So you might get an error here in our tests, but this is because we just removed the Konnichiwa service, so don't worry about that. Let's save all our files and let's try to run our Redis. So let's from one of the terminals simply write Nameko run temp messenger service config YAML. Okay, and as you can see here, guys, the first thing that happens is that we're getting an error, and I can actually easily see what the error is. It is right here, because here we need to have, so the reason for our code not running properly, guys, is the config.yaml file, and this is simply because we need to add one more line here, and this is the Redis underscore URL. Okay, this is why here we got an error, because we don't have this line defined. So let's do Redis URL, and then I will do Redis, and then localhost, and then 67, or actually 6379/0. Okay, let's close the parentheses here. And now, since we have that defined, if I try to run the application again, you can see that it is working properly. So if you go back to our messages, let's set a message 1, called this is a test. Okay, so basically once we put this here, we get that we have invalid arguments, and this is basically because we don't have to write this here. Well, see, the thing is, the Redis is just responsible for creating the messages, but for getting the messages we would need to open another terminal. okay, and start the Nameko shell. Okay, so just write Nameko shell, and now you're inside Nameko ready to execute commands. And we'll do a similar function as the one that we did for calling the konnichiwa, but just in that case we're going to call message 1 that we just created, so we'll ensure that Nameko and Redis are communicating properly. So I will do n dot rpc dot message service, which is our service, dot get underscore message, and then let's write msg1. Okay, let's close that now. Actually, let me add parentheses here, so msg1. Okay, and when I write that, you can see that we get this is a test, which is basically what the message contains, right? For example, if I do here, let's say message 2, and if I say this will expire, and then I do ex, and let's say 15 seconds. Okay, if I do here message 2, I will get this message, but as the time passes, this message will basically disappear, so at some point I will not be able to get it anymore. And as you can see, here we got an error simply because this message doesn't exist. Okay, you can see message not found. So this is how you can work, guys, properly with messages, and this is how you're making two applications so communicate simultaneously. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and in the next section I will show you how you can save your messages. Saving and retrieving messages. Hi guys, you probably remember that once we were talking about Redis, we had the option to set the messages, right? So this would also allow you to save those messages to Redis. But in order to save those messages, we would need to create a new method into our Redis client. So let's go to Redis and let's import certain things. So I will do from UUID import UUID 4, and after that right here just under the get message we would do another function called save message. So I will do def save underscore message and then self and then message, and after that let's do message underscore id would be equal to UUID4 dot hex for hex, and then let's do self dot redis dot set, sorry, here is set, and inside let's pass the message ID and the message. Okay, we need two components in order to use the set function here, and finally I'm simply going to return the message ID. Okay, let's save that. And once we're done with the Redis, now we can go to the service file, and into our message service we are going to add another RTC method. So from here I will completely remove the konnichiwa method and I will do RPC, and then let's do def save underscore message, and then let's do self comma message, Okay, let's clear it up. And now let's do message underscore ID equal to self dot Redis dot save underscore message, and then here we'll pass the message. Okay, and here let's return our message ID. Okay, let's save that. And yes, here we get an error because we didn't meet the indentation level. Okay, now everything should be okay. Let's save that and open back your tabs. So here I have the Nameko shell opened right here. Then here I have our server running. Actually, let's stop it and let's rerun it so the changes can actually take place. Okay, and here into our shell we can do n.rpc.message service dot save underscore message. Okay, this is the method that we wrote, and here you can add some message, you can write it up. So let's do Nameko is awesome, exclamation mark. Let's try that, and you can see that here, guys, you got an ID, and this ID is basically showing you the ID of the message. We added this in this function, so you can see that here we return the message ID, which means that your message is successfully saved. Okay, so now since you already applied the functionality for saving messages, let's now learn how you can actually retrieve messages. So similar to the previous step, we need to add a new method in the Redis dependencies right here. Okay, so into our Redis client, just under the save message, let's add another method, and I will call it def get all messages, and I will not pass any arguments here because you actually don't need to, and I will simply return. Okay, so even you don't need to specify anything for this function. So let's return a list, and in this list I will create dictionary. Okay, so let's do here ID message underscore ID. Okay, then message then self dot Redis dot get message ID. Okay, so this should get the message, and finally outside this parenthesis here I will do for message underscore ID in self dot Redis dot keys. Okay, that's it here. Okay, so this is how the get all messages looks like, and just above it I'm basically going to create a function with the same name, so get all messages, and here I will do self again, and then let's write message IDs, and this will be equal to self dot Redis dot keys. So we will basically extract all the keys for every message. And then let's create a list messages, which will be an empty list, at least initially, and then I will do messages dot append, which means that we would add something to our list, and I would simply add ID, and then I will pass the message IDs. Actually, we can create it in a little bit more advanced way. Actually, let me do it like this. So instead of writing this like that, I will actually do a for loop. So let's do for message ID in message IDs. So for every message, let's do message equals self dot Redis dot get, and then message ID. Okay, yes. And after that, let's do messages, which is our list, dot append. And here we're gonna append basically the information for every message. So let's do ID message underscore ID, then comma, message, and then we're going to show the actual message, how it looks like. And that will be it. Let me actually move this bracket here so it looks better. And finally, this method would return the messages list. So I will do return messages. Let's save that. Okay. So we're all done here. So basically, this method and that method should basically give you exactly the same thing, right? So they shouldn't be different. It's just that this one is a bit shorter, but I'll remove it for now so we can just use the one above it, which basically structures the different functions of our function into different pieces of code instead of writing everything into the return statement. And once this is done, now we can go to our service method here. And once we go there, we can of course add the new method for getting call messages, which it should be very straightforward for you if you did the first two methods. So let's do RPC and then def get all messages self. Okay, and here I will do messages would be equal to self dot redis dot get all messages. Okay, and then I will return the messages. Okay, so let's save that and let's restart our server. So let's close it and open it back again. So now here into the Nameko shell, you should be able to basically run the method for getting all the messages. And let's try that. So first I will do save message service, so I can create one message. Then I would create another message. Let's do Python is the best. Okay. Let's do Bond, James Bond, which is going to be the next one. So now, as you can see, we have three messages, and then here we are going to activate the get all messages function. So let's do get all messages. Okay, and once we run that, you can see that we're basically getting this list that we created with the ID and the message name of all the messages that we have. So we get Nameko is awesome, this is a test, Nameko is awesome again. So you can see that we basically saved all the messages that we created within our session here. So this is it, guys. This is how you can get all the messages and save messages with Nameko shell and Redis. I would say that this for microservices is a really quick way to manage data with a very few lines of code. So I really hope that you learned something interesting today and you will use it when coding in Python. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next lesson. Displaying messages in the browser. Hi guys, welcome back to this course where we're learning how to use Python with RESTful APIs and how to manipulate our application. So in today's video, I'm gonna show you how you can basically display the messages that you already created in your web browser. So in order to do that, we would of course need to do some modifications to our project, but the first thing that you need to do, and let me actually find a free terminal, because as you remember, here we're running Nameko, here we're running the Redis, and here we're running the Nameko shell. So I'll create another terminal because we'll need to install a toolkit right here. And this toolkit is called Jinja 2. So if you heard, for example, about Django, Jinja 2 is a very similar thing. It is a templating engine with which you can basically send your messages to a browser, and we're going to use Jinja 2 right now, but in our next section I'm going to show you how you can also use Django for that purpose and make really advanced applications. But since Jinja 2 is something we can start with, let's install it in our device. So let's do pipe install Jinja 2. Okay, and I'm seeing here that the requirements already satisfied for me. This is because I have it installed in my device already. However, for you, you might have to wait a little bit more, because you would need to wait until the installation is completed. You can actually also see that we have added Jinja 2 into our base files right here. So you might have it installed already while we were doing the requirements installation. But I just wanted to show you how you can install it manually with a pipe. So the very first step that we'll need to do is here in Dependencies to create a new Python file called Jinja 2. Okay, so you would have Jinja 2.py, and inside this file we would need to add the render home function and also some initialization. So let's write from Jinja 2 import environment package loader and select auto escape. And after that, let's do from Nameko dot extensions. Let's import dependency provider. Okay, let me get a bit closer here. So now what you need to do is to create a class, and we'll call that class template renderer, and this class will be obviously responsible for rendering our message template. So let's do now def. Let me do some space here. So let's do def, and in the initialization, so this is basically the constructor class of our application. Let's here pass package name and then template directory. Okay, and here let's do self dot underscore env equals, environment, and here in the brackets I will do loader equals to package loader, and here we'll pass the package name and the template directory, and after that let's do auto escape equals select auto escape, and here let's write HTML. Okay, so this is the file we're going to render here. Okay, here I did the wrong bracket actually, so let's fix that. Okay, and let's close the bracket here. So this is our initialization. Let's just move this one tab down so it looks more presentable. And once you do the initialization, let's do another function called def render home, and here I will pass self, and then we will pass messages. So let's now write template equals self dot template environment dot get template, and then let's write here home dot html. Temp file. Here should be template. Okay, and this function would return the render template. So I will do template dot render, and then messages would be equal to messages. Okay, so let's save that. And if you wonder what's going on here, first of all, with the init method, this is the constructor of our class. Here we require a package name and a temporary directory. So with those two, we can create the template environment. And this will basically make us load our template from a given directory, and for that reason we're going to use the loader here. And here we just specify that the file will be HTML. And finally here the render home will basically allow us to render our home.html file that I will create right now, and it will basically render our messages and display them on the template. Now the next thing we need to do is to create the home HTML file. So to do that, we first need to create a new directory into our project, and the directory will be called templates. So make it here in the temp messenger, and here the directory I will do templates, and in the templates directory we would add all the front end files for our project. So create HTML file here, and the file will be called home. Okay, so now you can see here we have the base structure of the home.html file, and to be honest, this file is not going to be very complex. It will simply have this doc type, that's HTML, and then I will do body is going to be really simple HTML. So basically in the body we're just going to display the functionality, the logic for displaying messages. So you can simply do if messages, okay, so if we have messages, then we will do for message in messages, then I will write here message, and then we'll create a list of messages right here, and that's it. Okay, Then I'm going to end this for. So here into the HTML you can end for with the end for keyword, so end for, that's it. And then since we have if we have a message, then it makes sense that we have else. So let's write else. Okay, so if we don't have message, or if message equals to false, then I will do no messages. Okay, so this one is going to be a very simple HTML file. And finally we will need to end the if, so I will simply write here okay, and if. Okay, so here's how our file will basically look like after we finalize it. It is just 11 lines, guys, so the front end part is not going to be that heavy at this time of the course. Okay, so once you do that, go back to Jinja 2, and now we will need to create the dependency provider in order to be able to use Nameko. Okay, so we're going to use this class here, dependency provider, and to do that, actually I'll create this class just above the template renderer. And this class again is going to be a very simple one, so let's create class Jinja 2, and then let's do dependency provider, and let's write def setup and then self, and then I'll write self dot template renderer would be equal to template renderer. Okay, and here I will pass temp messenger, okay, comma templates. Okay, so this is about the setup, and now let's create another function called get dependency. Okay, and we're gonna override this function and we'll make it return, so return self dot template renderer. Okay, so that's all you need to do in order to display your template and to connect it to Nameko. And we're almost ready to display our message in the browser. The last thing you need to do is to go to the service here and to basically update your web server so it can basically accommodate your Jinja 2 dependencies. So first of all, right here, I'm gonna add the Jinja, so let's do from dot dependencies dot Jinja 2. I will import Jinja 2. Okay, and after that, let's modify the web server class. So I'm gonna leave the name to be called web server, but then instead of Konnichiwa service, I'm gonna write message service, and again we're gonna use the RPC proxy, but here I'm gonna write again message service. So let's do message service. Okay, and after that I want one more line, and I will do templates could be equal to Jinja 2. Okay, this is a template that we're going to be using, and then the HTTP, we're again going to use the get method, and we're again going to have this in our main page. So let's keep that, and let's, instead of root here, let's write home. So this function will be called home self request, and then this function is going to be returning for now rendered template variable. So before returning the rendered template variable, let's create messages and this will be equal to self dot message service dot get all messages. Okay, we have it here, and then rendered template would be equal to self dot templates dot render underscore home, and here we'll pass message. Okay, so this is the code, and then we're gonna return the render template that we already got here. Okay, let's save that. So once you saved your files, let's stop the Nameko service that we already started with Control C, and then let's run Nameko run temp manager service dash config YAML. So run that, and again you can see that your service is running properly. So then you should be able to see your messages that you created earlier on into your browser. So let's go here and let's go to our local host 8000, and you can see that here you can basically see your HTML as it is, and also all the messages that we already created there. So if you think that this is a little bit ugly, I would definitely agree with you, because we don't have much structure, and nobody needs this p body doc type, so we can definitely do better than this. And to do that, we will need to update our service PY, so we avoid getting the file structure of the HTML. So let's get back to the service and let's improve our code a little bit. So the first thing I will do is I will add another import here. So let's do from workzip dot wrappers. Okay, we're going to add or import the response wrapper. Okay, and now the first thing, let's modify this function, the HTTP GET function. So instead of returning the render template, which we saw on our screens, instead of that, I'm going to add another line, and I'm gonna name it HTML response. So let's do HTML response, and this will be equal to create HTML response, and here I will add the rendered template, and I'm gonna make this function return the HTML response. Okay, as you can see, this function here is underlined in red, and this is because we haven't actually created it yet. So let me create it outside of this class. So let's do here def create HTML response, and here I will pass some content. Okay, this is gonna be the variable we use inside this method. So let's do headers equals to content dash type, and then let's write text HTML, and then I will return, and I will use here our response function that we added, response, and let's add here the content, comma, status will be 200, and 200 is usually a status that is provided when the message is accepted and successfully, and we get successful response from the server. And also I will do headers equal to headers. Okay, and one typo that I did here, it should be curly brackets, so it understands that this is in JSON format. Let's save that here. And also, actually we have here a dictionary, so this is the key and this is the value, right? So let's save that and let's actually restart our service right here. So let's press Ctrl C. Okay, and let's run it again. So if you go back to the browser and reload, you can see that now our messages are successfully wrapped, and you basically don't see anymore the HTML file structure, but you simply see the messages that you were sending to the server and you were exchanging with the tools that we learned. So thanks for watching, guys. This is how you display your messages and information into your browser. Thank you for watching, and we'll continue in the next video. Sending messages with POST request and AJAX. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the course. Here is where we were left last time. We managed to display our messages in the screen. But in this video we're going to do something different. We're going to enable the user to not only display messages from the browser, but also send messages from this browser. And I will show you how we can do that in this video. So the first thing we'll do is we'll create the post request structure into our service.py file that you can see here in our PyCharm IDE. In order to do that, here in our web server, we would need to add another method, and here I'm going to do attack HTTP, but we're going to pass a post request. Okay, so post, comma, messages. Okay. Let me actually add some parentheses around this. Okay, so here's our post request, and what we need to do is to write function now under this tag. So let's do post message, and here we are going to pass the request. Okay, so here we'll do try and catch blocks using also a JSON wrapper. Okay, so if you are not familiar with try catch or try except in Python, this is basically a methodology where we're running code in the try, and then in the except we say what would happen if this code don't run properly and what is the error that we're going to raise. You will see how it's done. Actually, before continuing, let's actually import the JSON. So you simply need to do here import JSON. Okay, this library is in every Python implementation, so you should have it installed already into your Python package system. So let's create a variable here, data, which will be equal to get request data, and then I will do here request. Okay, and then let's write accept JSON dot JSON decode error. Okay, and then we'll return 400. This means that there's been an error. And also let's do JSON payload expected. Okay, and then let's create another try except block. So let's do here again try, and I will do message equals data message. Okay, and then I will do accept, and we're going to do here a key error. So actually let's do accept key error, and after that let's return 400 as an error code, and also let's write no message given. Okay, sounds good. And finally, let's write self dot message service dot save message, which is a method that we already have here. Save message. So save message, and let's write here message, and that's it. And once this is done, we will return 204 as a code and an empty string here. Okay, so we're ready with that. And once you're done here, you can see that we have this underlined, and this is because we need to create another function here under the HTML response. And remember, this should be outside our web server class. So let's do def get request data, and then let's do request. Okay, so let's do data as text would be equal to request dot get data, and here I will do as text equals to true. Okay, and finally we'll simply return here JSON dot load, actually loads data as text. Okay, this is what we basically sent here. So what we're basically doing here is we're simply extracting the data from our request into our post method, and if there's any error while we're doing that, whether here or here, we're going to return errors of either there is no JSON payload or there is no message given. And so if you want to experiment a little bit, you can actually open the terminal and start the Nameko server back again and try the post request. So you can do that from the terminal for now, and later I will also create a button here on the browser. Okay, so usually from the shell or from the command line, you can use the curl command in order to send some post requests. So if I do curl -d, and then in JSON format we send message, and then I name the message this is curl message, then I write -h content dash type application dash JSON dash x, then the method is post, so we're gonna do post, and then we need to write basically where we want to send this post request. So you can do HTTP and then localhost 8000 dash or slash messages. Okay, so we're sending it to slash messages, which is basically this post request here. So if I click here that, we're getting actually an error because I forgot the quote right here, but we can simply go back, and I can just go back here and just place one quote. So I close the this is curl message. Okay, I can paste it right here. Okay, and the other error that I found is that here outside we also need to have parentheses. So let's put a single parenthesis outside those curly brackets, and you can see that once I run that, something moved in the other terminal. So here you can see that at 5th of March at 5:12, which is the current time right now, we sent a message and we got a response 204, which means that it was successful. So if I go back to the browser and I restart our local host, okay, you can see that there is a new message called this is curl message. Okay, so this means that you can really send right now messages with our post method to the browser and basically create new messages like this. So that's that. Now the next goal is to implement this from the browser, so you can simply have a button that you can click and send messages to your browser. So let's go back to our code, and the only modification we need to do is into our home HTML, because we already have the backend functionality, and as you can see we can send post requests. So I would just need to add some additional code here in order to create the button with which we can send the post requests from there. The first thing I will do, I will import something called jQuery. So let's create a head here and write script. Okay, so here in this script we're going to add the jQuery. So write src equals, and you can get the latest jQuery from this address, http://jQuery.com jQuery-latest JS. So jQuery is part of JavaScript, and this is how you import the script. So now we can go back to the body, and after the messages are displayed here, we would like to add our button, right? So let's do from, or actually not from but form, and for the action we're gonna do /messages, and then id equals post message. Okay, so once this is the action and the id is done, now we can add the information here. So let's do input, and the type is going to be a text, so we will have text input. Name would be equal to message. Actually, let's put it inside the brackets. So we have here message, and then the placeholder. So what will be displayed inside the field, let's put post message. Okay, then let's do input. So we'll create another one, and this will be submit, and the value will be post. Okay, so this is how our form would look like. And after we are ready with that, then we can add our script that is going to come from our submit button. Okay, and for that reason we will need to use jQuery and AJAX. So let's write here script, so we can refer that we're actually adding the script here, and let's do $sign to mark the jQuery, and let's do here post message. Okay, and after that let's write dot submit function event, and then we'll write here event dot prevent default. Okay, and this first line here will create an event listener. So this would basically listen for a post message event, and after that with the event dot prevent default, we will prevent the default behavior of our submit button. So in this case we'll submit our form and perform a get in order to get our message. So let's continue. let's write here var $form equals $this, and then let's write message equals $form dot find, and then input name equals message dot value. Okay, and then let's write here URL equals to $form dot attr action. Okay, and then a comma here. This attr. Okay, and so what these three lines will do here is once they are triggered, they will find the URL of the message in our form. Okay, and let's write what's going on after that. So then we're going to use the AJAX. So with the AJAX we are going to construct the post request. So let's write here type post, then URL will be URL. Okay, then data will be JSON dot stringify, and here let's pass message column message. Okay, so this will be used to convert our payload to a JSON type payload so it can be easily readable. Then let's do content type will be equal to application JSON. Okay, and then to ensure that data type is correct in its JSON, let's write a field here, data type equal to JSON. Okay, and finally I will create a callback that will trigger the page once the request is successful. So let's write success and then function, and then location dot reward. Okay, and that's ready here. So once we are done with that, let's edit first here. Instead of stringify is stringify, so you remove this underlining here. Okay, and after that let's actually close all the fields. So here I will just close that one. Let's close the bracket here as well. Okay, and then let's close our post message. Actually, let's move that here as well. So let's close our post message too, and I will do this bracket and semicolon. Okay, so finally we close our script, and also I'm going to also include this in the body so it's readable. So let's add body here, let's save that, and we're all done. So this is our HTML file, guys, and now let's rerun our server and see if it works as we expect. So if I stop it from here and run it back again, now when I restart it, you should see a button here. So basically here is our field, the post message field, and then here you have your post button. Okay, so here you see post message because in the body if you can see, the placeholder is post message. This is why you see that. And then with the post button, you can basically post a message. So if I write, for example, let's write it, hello, what's up? If I post that, you should be able to see the message displayed here. Let's write my name, Martin is good. And you can see that the message is automatically displayed in your browser. So this is basically how you can add in very few lines of code the functionality for displaying messages, but also posting messages from the browser using front and backend functionality. So this was everything I wanted to share with you for today, guys. I hope this lesson was very useful for you. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Expiring and sorting messages. Hi everyone, as the header of that video says, today I'm going to show you how you can expire the messages that are being sent. And if you remember, in the past we learned how to do that with Redis. And also, so we're going to add this functionality into our code. And also I'm going to show you how you can sort your messages based on certain criteria. So let's look back to our save message method into the Redis dependencies. You remember, here we created the save message method, as you can see. And a very easy way to make a message expirable is if you simply add into the set method here, comma, ex equals to 10. And this would make our message to expire within 10 seconds. So if I save that, and let's now restart our server and try to add a message that would expect to expire. So let me save that file. Okay, and I'm going to run the Nameko again. So let's go back to our browser right here. Let's refresh it. And let's write a message called expire. Okay, so you can see that message here, and it's still there. But if you count to 10, okay, you will see that at some point this message should be removed. And you can see that after about 10 seconds, you no longer see this message here. So this means that our expiration of 10 seconds works completely fine, and you can see the effect immediately. Okay, so we're done with that. And the next thing that I promise that I will show you in this video is how to basically sort your messages into your screen. So as you can see here, the messages are basically not sorted in any order. So we cannot even talk about alphabetical order, since the message starting with B is in the bottom. And in order to improve this, we would need to go to the get all messages functionality in Redis. So here is get all messages. So let's add some sorting depending on the amount of time that is left for the messages to be displayed, right? So we can do that in a very easy way. So here in this for loop, you see we have the ID of the message and the actual content of the message. So you simply can add one more variable here, and this variable can be called expires underscore in. And then let's do a column, and I will do self dot redis dot pttl, and then here you can pass the message ID. Okay, and this would basically sort the messages in the correct order. So let's save that. And also here, instead of message, we're gonna do again self dot redis dot get message ID. Or actually we already did that before, so I will just do message here. I think that's gonna be fine. Okay, so let's again restart our browser and let's see if this is gonna work. So let's stop it here and let's start it back again. So if I post a message AAA, is displayed in the bottom, FFF, so you can see that this is not working right now. And I think this is because we would need to add some additional code. And this would be, we would need to add this in the service as well. So I would create here a new method, and the new method would be called sort messages by expiry. So let's do def sort underscore messages by expiry, and here I will pass the messages, and also I will pass the reverse equals to true. Okay, so we would like to, I would like to show them in a reverse order. You can also show them in a standard order, but that's completely up to you. So let's here write return sorted. Okay, and we're gonna do messages, then key equals lambda, then message would be message, and then I will say expires in. Okay, and then let's do reverse equals reverse. Okay, so this is how I create the sort messages by expiry function, and now you need to activate or run this function right here into getAllMessages class, because we use this method to display all messages in our screen. So it would make sense that we run the sort messages by expiry right here. So let's first do here rendered, actually not rendered, but sorted messages, and this would be equal to sort messages by expiry, the function we created, and we're going to pass all messages here. And finally, instead of messages, I'm going to return the sorted messages. So let's do sorted messages, and let's save that. Okay, so now here I'm going to add another package, and I will do from operator, let's import item getter. Okay, so once we have those functions, now we can basically run our code and see if it works properly. So I open the terminal and I will stop the server. Okay, and I will run it back again. So let's restart it here. So let's create a message AAA, and this should be shown in the top, FFF or DDD before it, newer. Yes, so you can see that the messages are displayed in the order they appear, and also you can see that they disappear one by one, so the newer will disappear as well now. And this is how it works, guys. So you can see that now the newest message is always going to be displayed on the top, the newest message that you created. Obviously those messages were created before that, so we're all good, and you can see that our application is working properly, displaying the messages in the right order. So you're almost done with the task for this section, guys. In the next video, I'm gonna show you the last functionality that we're going to apply, and we're going to solve here the problem for having to update the browser in order to see if a message is expired. So you can see that when I leave the browser, those messages, even though they will expire at some point, they will still be displayed until I refresh the browser. Once I refresh it, then some of them will basically disappear, or even all of them, but not before that. So I want to make this messaging system more dynamic. In the next video, I will show you how we can do that and bring some life to this application. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and I will see you in our next video. Messages polling in the browser. Hi everyone, as I promised in the last video, today we're going to add a polling functionality to our application, and not to waste any time, I'm gonna get here to the code, and the first file that I'm going to edit is going to be the service.py. So outside the web server, I would create another function here, and the function will be called def create JSON response, and here let's write content. Actually, let's add O here, so content, and after that let's do headers would be equal to content, and then application dash JSON. Okay, then let's do JSON underscore data will be equal to JSON dot dumps, and let's write content here, and then let's return response, and in the response I'm going to add JSON data status equals to 200. Okay, and finally headers will be equal to headers. Okay, so this is our create JSON response function, and once we do that, we're going to use this function in a new request that we'll create into our web server. So let's do add HTTP, and let's write here post, comma, messages. Okay, and let's do def get messages. Okay, and then let's write self request. So this will be equal to self dot message service dot get all messages, and then we'll return from this function the create a JSON response, and we're going to pass messages. Okay, so you can see that we're basically running this function that we created down here. Okay, and we use it to decorate our messages. Now, once we had the backend functionality added into our function, we can now go to our home HTML and add the JavaScript functionality into our code. This would enable the messages to get enabled and updated automatically without for you to refresh the browser. So here into our script, we will need to add a new function. So let's add function poll. So this will be our poll function. Okay, and let's add here $sign AJAX. Okay, and here we'll actually, let me create some space here. So here we'll write type. The type will be get. Okay, let's add parentheses here. Okay, then let's do URL would be equal to quotes messages. Okay, after that let's do data type, and of course here we'll do JSON data type that we'll use, so JSON. Okay, then let's do success, and here we'll add a function. We'll pass our data. Okay, then let's write update messages data. Okay, and let's close that. So the update messages is going to be a function that we're going to create later on. Okay, so once our call is successful, we'll use the successful callback, and the successful callback would basically call the update messages. Okay, let me actually remove that p here. This is a typo, and here is a semicolon. Okay, so let's close this parenthesis here. Okay, and then let's write also timeout would be 500 milliseconds. Okay, and finally let's do complete and then set timeout, and let's write here message poll 1000. Okay, so this last complete here will show basically what happens once we reach success or error callback and they're completed. In that case, we will set to call our poll function again after 1000 milliseconds, which is basically equal to 1 second, so we'll refresh every time. Okay, so let's close those parentheses, and also let's close the whole function here. Okay, so this is our poll function, as you can see. Okay, so this is how the sorted function looks like. And after that, as I said, so actually first we need to do the poll. Okay, so here we're running the poll function. The next function we will create, guys, is the update messages function. Okay, so you can see that I declared this function already here, and what you would need to do is to add first a variable called content, and this will be a div variable. So then let's create an if statement. So if messages dot length is equal to 0, okay, so if this is equal to 0, then let's do content plus equals, and then I'll write p, no messages p, so we display the message that we don't have currently messages available. Okay, and then let's do else. Okay, so this means if we have messages, then we're gonna use the each function, so dot each messages function, index and value, and after that our content that we already created will be plus equal to p, okay, plus value dot message, and so we're going to display the message. And finally, let's close this curly bracket. Let's close the brackets, and let's add a semicolon, and then let's close the whole else statement here. Okay, and then let's write content plus equals div. Okay, and then let's use our jQuery here. So I will do div dot replace with, and then content. Okay, and let's add here a semicolon, and finally let's close the final curly bracket, okay, from the function. And so we're ready with our update message function, as you can see. And before continuing, let's go up here, because we also need to do some additional modifications. First of all, the jQuery that we use, we want to use a specific version now. So let's write jQuery 1.10.2.js. Okay, after that, here in the body, let's remove all that because we already added this functionality in the lines of code that we added here. And let's add header temp messenger. Okay, then let's write here div, so we have one empty div here. Then we're gonna keep that form action messages post message. Okay, so let's save that. We're all set here, and then let's go back to our terminal. Okay, and let's run it again. You can see that now we have constant update, so something is constantly happening. We are getting constant get requests, and this is basically instead of updating our browser. So if I write the get as a message, let's pause that, and you can see that our temporary messenger is getting update with this message, and you can see that in about 10 seconds this message disappears. So let's add multiple messages. Let's write WhatsApp, hi, hello, R. So you can see how those messages, they will disappear in the order they've been created. So once they expire, they automatically disappear, and you can see this on your screen. So this is how the updates can be implemented in an RESTful application, and this is a real-world RESTful application, even though a basic one, but that you can try the core functionalities of creating application with post and get requests, and also adding the functionality for updating your application and have something that is live and up to date. And as you can see, your application is updating in about every second. So I hope that you find it really useful, guys. Thanks for watching that section of the course. In the next one, we're going to build a game selling store using again the RESTful functionality and the RESTful microservices. So thank you for watching that video, and I will see you in our next section. Online video game store. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the course. In this project, we're going to start working on a little bit more complex applications using Flask and Django specifically. So as you can see in front of you, first I wanted to show you the final. And as you can see here, we're going to be developing a game store where you will be able to create different games. Actually, you can also upload pictures for those games. And also you can purchase those games and add them into your chart and then send order and actually buy them. So as you can see, this is quite a functional shop, and as an admin into that shop you will be able to log in, so you will have a login form like here for example, and also you will have a page where you can add, remove games, price them, and so on. You can see that this is fully functional, and you will be able to do exactly the same thing. So in this course, we're basically going to be developing the shop, and in the next courses or the next sections, I will show you how to go even further and improve that application even more. So that's it. Make sure that you have a terminal open, that you have a folder called course where you upload your project, and also for this specific topic we're going to use PyCharm because the project is quite large. Actually, I can show you how the ready project looks like. You can actually see it here, and you can see how many files you're going to be developing and uploading. So I want to mention that here we're going to work in both backend and front end, so you regain a lot important skills for full stack development. So we're going to have our application Python files here, and at the same time you create some CSS and HTML code in order to make the front end work as well. So we're going to do all that in this section, and you will learn how to create a fully functional API using Django database and Flask and writing scripts in Python. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for watching that introductory section, and in the next one we're going to get back to work. Thanks for watching. Environment setup. Hi guys, and welcome back to the course. Now, the first and the most important part of creating our project is obviously to set up our environment. So first let me close these tabs that I already opened. Actually, they should be not working anymore as I stopped my other project. And now here in our course folder, I created a file called notes, and here I write some important notes for this course while we're progressing with it. So you're always up to date. Now, before starting with the creation of our directories, I want just to mention some things to give you a brief introduction to the project. So here we will cover setting the environment, creating a Django project. Then you learn how to create Django apps. Then once you create the apps, you would explore Django admin interface, and this is where you will be able to add your games. And finally, you will use the Django ORM, okay? And this will help you to create the application model and perform queries into your application, okay? So these are our tasks for this project. And as I said, the very first thing we will start is to create the environment. You actually also learn here the npm, which is the node package manager, okay? So you will be using this package as well. Now let's get started. So the first thing is to open a terminal, and actually let me increase the size of the terminal so you can see it better. And now navigate to the folder course where you entered at first. So what I will do is I will just navigate to that folder. So on my computer is in iCloud. Okay, so now I'm in the right folder, and if I do ls, you can see that we have one file here, which is the nodes file that we created. And now it is time firstly to create the folders. So I will do two commands at the same time. So if you used Mac OS terminal or Linux, it is going to be basically the same. So mkdir means make directory, and I will do Django dash project, okay, and then another command. So when you write "I", you can write the next command, cd, which means enter this Django project directory, Django dash project, okay. So let's hit that, and you can see that in our folder now we have a new directory called Django project, which is obviously empty. There is nothing inside. And after that, since I assume that you already have Python installed in your computer, now you need to set your environment. So how I set it up is by writing pipe env dash dash Python, and then the path to your environment. My environment is in the directory library Python framework version, and this is the right version, okay. In your environment it might be different also. If you, so let me actually first click that and then I will explain you. So here is how I set up my environment, and you can see that this is created successfully, and you are getting a pipe file here. If you cannot locate your environment and you're using Python 3.6, you can actually just run pipe env dash dash 3, okay. This should also work, but again this would assume Python 3.6, but that's okay. So now we have our environment set up, and the very next thing that I would need to do is to write pipe env shell, okay. And you can see that now we're within the environment that we require, okay. And since we have the environment, now let's install Django into our virtual environment so we can use it there. So I will do here pipe env install Django, okay. So let's install Django. It might take a little bit of time depending on your computer, and you can see that we're getting another pipe file here, pipe file log, and we're done with the installation of Django, as you can see. The very next thing is to install the NVM. So write NVM install node, okay. So this might also take some time. As you can see, I already have it installed in my computer, so it just informs me that I have it installed. But if you don't, it might take some time until it gets installed as well, okay. Now let's install another package called PO, because I noticed that that the application would not work without this package. So let's install it just in case. So python-m pipe install PO, okay. okay? And you can see we successfully installed PO as well into our virtual environment. So you can understand, guys, that here only in this virtual environment we have those packages installed. So next time if you want to run your project, you need to be in the same virtual environment, okay? Let's check the version of the node. So I write node -- version. Okay, you can see that everything is good. If you see version here, this means that the node.js is installed. So let's actually write here everything that we're using. So the software that you learn, so software tools that you learn in this course are going to be obviously Python, Flask, Django, and Node.js. Okay, so these are the packages that we'll be using here. So feel free after this course to simply add them in your resume, because you are going to have very good understanding of all of those. So now the next step would be to create our Django project. So I will do Django-admin start project and then Gamestore. Okay, so this is how our Django project will be called, Gamestore, because this is what we are building here. And let's run that. So as you can see, guys, once we run this command, we have a new Django project here called Gamestore, and if I open it, you will see a few things. You will see the file manage.py, and you would see a Gamestore file which has some additional Django files here. Actually, the ones we could modify is the settings and the URLs. Okay, but we're gonna create plenty more Python, HTML and CSS files, because we'll be working on the front and the web end as well, and the back end as well, sorry. Okay, so once you have that installed, let's check if your environment is working. So what you can do is write Django-admin startup and then main. Okay, so what this will do is it will create a new directory, main, and you can see that now we create a new application, right, called main, and you can see that we get built-in files already from our application, and we're going to work for all of those files. As you can see here, we have created only the backend, so we don't have front-end files, but that will change because we'll create them. But the most important thing from this video should be that how you can create your Django project and your first application within that project. Okay, that's very important. So once you have all those folders installed, now you will be ready to run your first Django application, and that can be done very simple. Just write, so first enter the Gamestore folder, and you can see that here we have the manage.py file. So I can just do Python manage.py and then write run server. Okay, let's run that, and you can see that our server is actually running and it's working fine. But before that, let's hit Ctrl+C now if you're a Mac user, so you stop it and you don't have a background process running. So as you can see here, we have 18 unapplied migrations. So let's first fix that and then continue to our application. So let's run Python manage.py and then let's write migrate. Okay, let's run that, and you can see that all of our migrations are now completed. And migrations are usually the modules that are added to your application. Since we just created the application, the modules that are predefined are not there yet. So now they should be all in place. And let's run the application once again. So let's do Python manage.py run server. Okay, and you can see that our server is running and we have no issues. So you can simply go to that link. Okay, and once you go to that link, you should see something like this. The install worked successfully, congratulations. This means that you successfully installed and created your Django application, and the only thing that is left now is to simply add your resources or your functionality to your application, because as you can see, the application is already there. If you see that picture in front of you, this means that well done. And in the next videos, we will actually start building our project. That's it, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Exploring our Django project. Hi guys. As the aim of this course is basically to learn but not to rush over the things, I wanted to step back and just explain you a little bit about our project structure and all the important files that we have here, and pretty much explain you so you're really able to navigate. Now, the very first thing I want to do is actually first to stop our server by hitting Ctrl C. And let's actually first create an admin or super user. So you can simply do Python manage.py, which is the file that is in our Gamestore directory, as you can see here. And also let's write create super user. Okay, so let's hit that, and now you will be prompted for super user creation, right? So I will, for example, keep my name, but you can choose whatever username you like. Then you write your email address. Let me write mpyanef@gmail.com. And then you can choose a password you like. My password that I will create for this course will be Django123. Okay, then again, Django123, and you can see that the super user is created successfully. And later on, when we add data into our database and we create the app, you see how we will access our account with this super user. So let's now explore the files in our project, but before that I want you to open PyCharm, because this is what we're going to be using in order to edit our code, and it makes it really easy to actually assess your project, simply because it is easier to manage a lot of files using PyCharm than simply clicking on each of them separately. Trust me, I know it from experience. So let's select open here, and once I navigated to Django-project, I will simply click on it and select open, and you can see that PyCharm will do the rest of the work. So here you can simply click OK. And so the PyCharm will do all the work for you, so it will create all the necessary environments here. But I advise you, when you run the application, to simply use a terminal. It's the easiest way. And here we'll edit the code. So let's explore a little bit of the files that we have here. So if you look here, you'll find a few things. You'll find a folder called Gamestore, where you have a folder with the same name. Okay, you have the main folder that we created, and in the folder Gamestore you have a db.split3, which is our database, and also you will have the manage.py file. So as I said, as the name suggests of this file, this is actually a database file. And as you can see, this file is created into the project root folder. You can also explore the files actually from the terminal as well. Like if you do ls, you can see all those files as well. So the Gamestore, manage.py, and the db file. Then you have the second file, which is the manage.py here. And this file is created automatically by the Django admin. So this file basically sets the Django settings module and also put the project into our path so we can access it from the terminal. So let's say if I write here just manage. So if you write here Python manage.py, you can see actually all the things you can do with that file, right? All the commands. So we use this one, create super user. You can be changing the password, and really we're not going to use all those commands, but if you want to explore, you can definitely write Python manage.py, check the commands, and then write Python manage.py and use the different commands here. Okay, just make sure that you recheck what the commands are doing so you don't mess up your project. But that's all. This is quite useful. And I can see that the most important command here is the run server, which is actually running your server in your project, right? Okay, so since you know already the commands, let's take a step back and actually explore our database before modifying it. So how you can do that? You can just write Python, manage py, and after that you can do db shell, okay, and now you're into your database. And here you can type a different commands in order to explore your database. The first thing you can do is to, for example, if you write dot tables, you can get information for, you can get actually the tables that were created while typing the migrate command. And also, if you want to check the table structure, you can write schema with S, then dash dash ident, okay. And for example, let's check the authorization group, so out group, okay. And you can see that, for example, this table, okay. And also, if you want to, of course, explore more things in the database, you can just write help here, and you can see the different commands. You can see that there are quite a few used in order to explore your database, but that will really make sense once you start creating even more entries into your database. Okay, so I just press Ctrl C to exit that. Let's check for processes. Okay, there are not new processes. And now let's see some other files. For example, let's check the settings.py file. Okay, so this is the settings.py. Actually, let's make this bigger. And this file is actually really important. Well, here you're actually going to put all the settings for your application in order to make it work. Here you can specify, for example, which settings into your database you want to use. And you can also tell Django to search for static files, templates, middlewares, and even more. Then you have the urls.py, and you can see that now you have only one URL here, admin /, and this is pretty much specifying the URLs that you're going to use on your application, right? So the different pages. And obviously, when you create more pages, as we're going to do, you need to add each and every page here, right, in the same type of structure with path, and then in the brackets you need to write the page that your users will have access to. So these are the most important files that we have now in our project, guys. Next time I'm gonna talk about the main, where our actual code for the apps is going to be located, and we're going to work on it for first time. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Creating Django app. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the course. As you can see from the header of this video, this section is going to be about creating the Django application, which we actually already created, and this is our main directory with all these files here, right? Okay, so once we have the main folder here, or the main directory, the first and the most important thing that we need to do is to add a loading page into our application. So let's open our text file, and I will tell you what the steps are for doing that. So the first thing you need to do is to add a new URL to tell Django when to display some content. The second step would be to add a view that will be shown when the user accesses the URL. And the final step, the third step, would be to add an HTML template. This is the front end with the content we want to display. Okay, so this is the idea, and this is the workflow of creating a new page into our application. Now, according to this schedule, the first thing we need to do is to go to the URL. So this means that in the new file, in the new directory called main, we need to add a file called URLs. So just do like this, new Python file and then URLs. Okay, so here is our new file, guys. And let's import some libraries here. So let's write from Django.utils import path, and then from dot, or this means from the same directory, import views. Okay, so now let's create a new list, and in this list we'll have our paths. So I will do URL patterns would be equal to a square bracket, and here we'll place our URL. So I write path, and then in the brackets are then views dot index, comma, and then the name would be equal to index, and you will see later we'll create an index HTML file, index. Okay, and then let's simply write comma here. Okay, so this is our first page. So obviously here we use the path function in order to define the new route. The first argument of the function path is a string that contains the URL pattern that we wish to make available for our application. If we want, for example, to capture some parameters from the user, we can also include an angle brackets like this, but in that case we won't need that. Now, since we are ready with our page, then I open the file views.py, and you can see that this file at the moment is completely empty. So let's add here, actually this one is already added, the render function. So I'm not gonna be adding it a second time, but we will need to create a function called def index, and in the brackets I write request, and let's put column here, and then we'll return render, and inside I'll write request, comma, and then the folder where we have our index.html, which is not created yet, but I'll add it here. So this file will be in main/index.html, comma, context. Okay, or actually let's remove the context from now, and I will just add the curly brackets here. Okay, so let's save that. We're ready with the view, and as you can see, since there are not that many things going on here, first we simply import the render function, and then we execute that function. So the render function gets a request object, the template, and the context object. So once we have our URL and views file in place, now we need to create the HTML file that will be displayed. So as you know, most of the web applications have things that never change, such as top menu bars, page footers, and so on. So Django also has this feature, and it can not only inject few new templates inside your application, but also can inject sub-templates into your main template. So for that reason, here we'll create a base HTML that will be basically shared between the different pages. So for that reason, let's create now here into our Gamestore folder. Okay, so I'll create it right here. So I'll create a new directory, and this directory will be called templates. Okay, actually I want it into our main directory. Okay, so you can see that we have the templates here, and inside the templates I will create a new file, or actually let's do HTML file for simplicity, and it will be called base. Okay, so this is our HTML file, guys, and let's write here meta. So let's write http dash equivalent equals to x dash ua dash compatible. Okay, and then content equals IE equals age. Okay, and then let's write meta again. Okay, and here I write name equals viewport, content equals width equals device dash width. Okay, comma, initial scale equals 1. Okay, and then let's add another metadata. So let's do meta, and here name equals description, and then content equals nothing. Okay, let's add another metadata. So meta, then name equals author, then content, and then again meta. Actually no. Then let's write link, and here the rel is gonna be icon, and the hyperreference would be dot dot, so VSS directory, then dot dot favicon.ico. Okay, and then the title for our application will be vintage video game store. Okay, and I notice here that is compatible instead of completable. Compatible, yeah. And also here remove the bracket and put it there. Yep, that's it. Okay, so this is how it looks, guys. And once you have your header and your metadata, then we have to start loading the Django templates. So in order to load something from Django, you have to write load in that curly bracket, so load, and then you have a few options. So let's do static. So you run here static data. Okay, that's it. And then we start running our static data from here. Okay, so let's write our static data. Let's write a link, and this link, first of all, we're gonna do the hyperreference. So let's write here the location of the CSS file that we'll create later on. So this would be static styles / site dot CSS. Okay, and then %, and that rel would be equal to style sheet. Then let's do another link. So here the hyperreference would be %static, and then styles / bootstrap.min.css. And actually those files that you see here, we're going to add them later on, so you will see how this is done. Okay, then let's close the parentheses, and let's add % and a curly bracket. Okay, but actually before that we have here the array as a style sheet, which is good. Okay, then let's add another link, and here the hyperreference would be again %static, and then I will do here styles / font dash awesome min.css, and then %. Okay, and this is so that we need to write in the head of our application. So I restructured it a little bit so it looks more readable for you. And after we're ready with that, let's write our body. So let's first create a class called nav. Okay, and let's do here class navbar dash increase, and then navbar dash fixed dash top. Okay, so this is our navigation bar, and then just under it I write dev, and then class equals container. Okay, then we'll create another div. Sorry, here is div. Then we'll create another div. Okay, so we'll have here div, and here I'll create another class, subclass called nav dash header. Okay, and within that div we're going to create a button here, so let's write button, and in the button we'll have a type, so type will be button, and then class will be navbar toggle collapsed, and then let's do a data toggle collapse, then data target will be navbar, that then area expanded will be false, and area controls will be navbar. Okay, so this is our button, and within our button let's write span. Okay, and the span will have a class called sr-only. Okay, and then I'll write here toggle navigation. Okay, then let's create another span, so span, and here I write class equals icon bar, then another span, and class, actually this will be the same, so let's just copy the previous one, so let's do 3 of those. Okay, and we're done with our button, guys. Okay, then let's create and the hyperlink will be just a dash, and also the class will be navbar dash brand. Okay, and let's write here vintage video game store. Okay, that's great. So we're ready with this div. Now let's get out of it and let's create another one. So let's do div. Okay, and here this will have an ID equal to navbar. Okay, then class will be collapse navbar dash collapse. Then let's create here UL with class navbar dash nav, and then ly, then a, and then I here, and here I'll write class equals fa dash home, and then area hidden, and this will be equal to true. Okay, and then let's write here home. Okay, so let's exit the a, let's exit the ly, and here let's write another Django reference, and I write here if user dot is authenticated. That's it. Okay, let me change the indentation level a little bit. Okay, so let's create here another ly, and under it I will create so ly, and here let's write a, and then I will write as a hyper reference cart. So we're not going to use the cart right now, but later on, once the cart is available for our application, we use specifically this piece of code. So if you use cart, let's add I, and here I write class equals to fa dash shopping cart. Okay, and then let's write area hidden. Okay, and let's write here true, and I'll write here cart, so we know this is about the cart. Okay, let's go out of this a, and actually out of this li, then let's write here and, actually percent and if, and another percent sign. Okay, So we're ending here this part of the application. Then is the UL, okay? And then we have the nav, as you can see here. Okay. Actually here we're getting an error. Let's see what it is. I think it was because I didn't exit the other div. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's it. That should be all. So just after the UL, make sure that you have two divs, okay? And here, actually near the first div, let's write a comment. So I will just do slash dot nav slash collapse, and let's comment this out. Actually, I want to comment out only this part, so let's remove this and place it here, and let's fix the indentation levels. Okay, so it's all good. So let's create another container and let's write a div. Okay, and let's do class container, and here inside I'll create another div. Okay, and this would be of a class starter template. Okay, and after that let's write the reference. So I will do if messages and then %, and also let's write another reference. So I will do here % for message in messages. Okay, and then let's write message dot tags equals error, then %, and then another div class, and here the class would be an alert. So let's do alert dash danger and row alert. Okay, and then I will do % else %, and then else, and then another div. So class alert dash info, and then row will be equal to alert. Okay, and then I will do end if, so we can mark the end of the if. So end if. Okay, and finally let's write curly brackets message, and then we have here the other div. Okay, then let's write end for, okay, %, and finally we want the end if. So let's write here end in the brackets end if. Okay, then let's write block content and % again, and finally let's write end block, and we're done with that. Okay, so let's actually structure our divs. Okay, then we have the body, and then we have the HTML. Let's structure it a little bit, and we're completely ready here, guys. So let's save that. So this is our base HTML file, as you can see here. Okay, so let's save it, and now we're ready with the front end of our application. And actually the most interesting block here is the load static, because this is the most specific part for the Django engine. And the first thing we note in this statement is the load static part, which is a Django template that is specific for it that we want to download. So this will actually allow us to load files that are static for the application, such as images, JavaScript, style sheet files, and so on. So the static tag will actually look in all directories for specific files that we want to load in our application, and it will use the settings.py to detect those files. Also, you can notice that, for example, for styles.css, we also use a Django-like tag, and this will really make our hyperlink way more flexible for us comparing for just adding static /file/HTML without the curly brackets. So this really helps you for example, if you have a very large application and you want to change the directory from static to some other directory, then all of this code will be completely useless. But by writing a heap reference like this, you can basically change the directory and the file will still be detected. Another tag that you can notice here is the block content file. So the block tag is very simple. It just defines an area in the base template that can be used by the child templates to inject content in that area. And you will see that in reality when we actually create our next file. So if you're not new to the front-end development, you know that usually the application renders the index.html file, which we'll need to create. And then this file will basically extend the base file that we created. So let's do that. In our main directory, we'll create all the HTML files specific only for that app, but not for the whole application. So into the main, let's create a new directory called templates, okay? And inside templates, I'll create another directory called main, okay? So let's here create a new HTML file, and the HTML file would be called actually just index. Okay, so this is our main file, and what we're gonna do here is very simple. Actually, let's first delete all that and let's write now. So let's write % extends. Okay, so here we'll write what file this one extends. So we'll write base.html. Okay, and after that let's write a %. Now let's add another tag, and here I'll write %block content. Okay, let's write % here, and then let's create a header. So let's do H1 and press tab. Okay, and let's write here welcome to the Gamestore. Okay, so this will be like the main header of the application, and then we're going to use the base HTML, and let's write here and block. So let's do % and block. Okay, let's write a % here, and we're all set. So as you can see, we're starting off by extending the base template here. So here the next line we do, as in the previous file, we're using a block tag. So now we're going to be looking for the content tag into our base HTML, okay, which is here. And once we find it, we'll insert the welcome to Gamestore, okay, or the header one. So these things are actually quite important, because this is really make your code way more reusable and maintainable, comparing to if you do it the standard way without those tags. Okay, so that's all guys for this video. I hope it was interesting for you. Of course, if you're more interested into the front end, you can just skip the rest of the video and copy the source code and concentrate on the front end, and you can do the same with the backend. You can concentrate on the backend and really copy all the files from the front end. But as I always want to say, it's better just to use the content as it is, so you learn the most and you have the same skills for both front and backend side. That was everything for this video really. Thanks for watching, and in the next video I will teach you how you can install some dependencies into your application. Thanks for watching. Dependencies and NVM Module. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the course. You remember earlier on we installed Node.js, and this means that we can install now the client-side dependencies. So usually when you want to style an application, you use files called CSS, but when you create Django project, obviously you don't want to spend too much time on that. And in order to find this balance between an application that looks great and not spending too much time, we're going to add two things into our project. So we're going to add the bootstrap and font awesome. Okay, those two files. So Bootstrap is very well known toolkit that has set of components in a grid system. This will definitely help us to save plenty of time on the CSS code and build our applications quickly and efficiently. The font Awesome is basically an icon framework which also simplifies and gives you some predefined templates for your application. So how to install those? So in order to run those, we would use something called npm. Okay, and with the npm we're going to install all those dependencies. This is very similar to pipe env, but it's more on the front-end side. So let's go in our folder and let's go to the Gamestore project, and here I'll create a new file. It will be a text file. Okay, so just create a new file and save it into the Gamestore, and here you can call it package.json. Okay, so here's how you create a JSON file, as you can see. And when I open the file, remove that, and here we will write the packages that we need to install. Okay, so let's create a curly bracket and we're gonna type here into a JSON format. So let's write name. Okay, and the name of our project is going to be Gamestore. Okay, then let's write version, and let's our version be version 1.0. so let me do 1.0.0. okay, then let's write description, and for description let's write retro game store website, type comma here, then let's write dependencies, and here we're going to do the same thing, so dependencies, and here let's create a list. So you can do a curly bracket like that, and here below you simply write bootstrap, and here is going to be 3.3.7, and then let's write font awesome, and the version here is going to be 4.7.0. okay, so put the one here in parentheses as well, and we're ready with that file. So let's save it here, and then when you go to the terminal, so here we are in the terminal in the Gamestore folder, let's write ls, so you can see the file here. You can simply write npm install, and now you start installing the npm, and you can see that here we added two packages. So those are the packages that were in our JSON file. Okay, so we are ready with that, and if you go back to our directory, you will see that the npm created node modules, and here you have two modules, the bootstrap module that is installed, and also the font awesome module, where you have as you can see CSS files, font files, JS files, and so on. So you installed all the packages if that installation was successful for you. And once you have that, now we can create our directory for the CSS files. So let's go again to our Gamestore folder, and let's type here mk_dir static. Okay, so this is going to be our directory, and let's create it. And you can see that now we have the static folder. It should be here. Here it is. So let's just do cd static, and let's create another directory, so mk_dir, and this directory will be called styles, and you can see we have the styles folder here. And now what we want to do is to copy some modules from the bootstrap and from the font awesome into our CSS folder, so we can actually use them. So let's do cp for copy, and then I will do, actually let's first go into the Gamestore folder, and then cp, and then node modules, bootstrap, and then dist css, and then bootstrap. And actually here is not cd, it's copy instead, so cp. This is how you copy things in Linux and Mac OS. So here we have bootstrap.min.css, and then we're gonna write the location where we want to place that. So let's write static and then styles. Okay, let's hit enter, and let's copy one more file. So let's do cp node modules, then font awesome, then css font awesome.min.css, and again I will copy this to static and then styles. Okay, so if we enter the static and styles, you see that here we have two new files, and if you want to see this graphically, you can definitely check it out here. So those are our two files. Now once that's done, let's actually add some fonts. So let's go back to Gamestore folder and let's write cp-r node modules and then font awesome and then fonts. Okay, and we're gonna add those fonts into the folder static. Okay, so let's cd into the, actually if we go here, you can see that we have our fonts folder. Okay, pretty simple. So now let's go ahead, and in the styles folder we can create actually a new file here. But to do that, I will of course go to our IDE. So here we're in PyCharm, and you can see that here in static we have fonts and styles. So let's here create a new file. Okay, and this file will be called site.css. Okay, so you can see that this is a new CSS file, and let's add here the following content so we can add some CSS. So let's do nav.navbar, and this is something we created already in the HTML. Nav. Okay, and then I will do here fa-home. Then let's do .nav.navbar-nav, and here I will do .fa-shopping-cart, and then let's do font-size will be 1.5 em. Then let's write a starter template, and here I will add a padding of 70 px and 15 px for pixels. Okay, and finally let's write h2 dot panel dash title, and then I'll write font dash size 25 pixels. Okay, so I added some structure to that code. And actually guys, if you're really driving into the CSS, I don't advise you using actually PyCharm, because as you can see it cannot guess the keys that I'm writing here. But for example, if you use other editors such as Sublime Text or something like this, you will be able to avoid that. For example, here if I go to site.css and I hit open with Sublime Text, you can definitely see that here those things are getting guessed. So if I write padding, it is, as you can see, predefined. So actually from now on in the future I'm gonna edit the CSS files and the HTML with that editor. Okay, and I also advise you to download it. It is called Sublime Text. It's a very good tool. Okay, especially if you need to add modifications, small modifications to front-end pages. Okay, so that's that. And after that, let's go to the Gamestore folder, and here let's hit the settings.py. So a very important thing that you need to do here is firstly to add your application. So in order to add your application, here you need to write main. Actually, I need to do it in parentheses, so main, okay, and comma. And then if you go down here to there's right here, also what you need to add is your templates directory. So let's do that as well. So let's write here os.path.join, and here you can write base underscore base directory, comma, and in the parentheses let's write templates, okay. And let's move this to the next line and this one here, so it looks presentable. Okay, so we're all good. We just need to import the OS, okay, the OS package. So you can see that once we hit this, the OS gets imported immediately here, up there. And after that, another modification we're going to add here is in the end of the file add static there's, actually static files. So static files there's, okay, and here let's write again os.path.join, and then we write here base directory, comma, and here is gonna be static, okay. So as you can see here, we're actually referring the CSS in the static files, and up there we refer the whole HTML and CSS directory. Actually only the HTML here in the templates, okay, very simple. So those few statements will basically tell to Django to search for those directories, okay, and execute the files from there. So the next thing that we need to do is to open the file URLs right here, and into that file we will need to add another path, and this path will be to our main directory. So let's do path, and then here we will not define anything. So this means that once we open our URL, we're immediately going to see that. So let's write here include and then main.urls, okay. Now you can obviously see that here we cannot use this command, and let's import it. Okay, so this is not the right directory. Let's actually write it manually. So from Django.urls import path and import include, okay. So we're going to use both of them in this project, and let's save that file. So now guys, we're almost done. Let's go to our terminal and let's run the server. So let's write python manage.py, and then let's write a run server, okay. So you can see that we have some error here, and by the way, here you can actually fix the error while you're having the server running. So let's see what the potential problem is. So it says no module named main. So as I see, the problem is that we actually included the file here into the wrong directory. So let's actually remove that from the Gamestore URLs. And actually, I think you saw that we have two URL folders. So this URL folder that we are in is in the Gamestore, okay, and we have it right here. No, actually it's not that, because we're exactly into the Gamestore folder. So let's look in the other files. So after examining the code, the reason why we have this main module not found here is because I noticed that in the folder, our main folder is not inside the Gamestore project. So let's just add it here inside, and you can see that this was also updated here. So let's go back to our console and let's restart the program and let's see if it's going to be detected. So you can see that now our application is detected, which is in our main folder. And let's go to the browser, type that link and see if we're going to get something. So if I open the browser and just type the link, you can see that now everything actually works, and we can see the message welcome to Gamestore, and this is our home page. Okay, so if you see that, this is great. This is the initial screen of your application, and now on the top of that we can start building the rest of the functionalities. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and I will see you in our next video. Add login and logout. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the course. As you can see in the last video, we already displayed our page, but today we're going to add some additional functionality, and more specific, the login and logout functionality. So to do that, let's go to our project, which is in PyCharm, and here we need to, of course, update some files. Obviously, our store needs some sort of management. So we would like the user to be able to create an account, to add their details, to obviously log in to our application and take orders. So we can start by creating our login functionality. So let's go to our Gamestore main, and here are the files of our application. So the file that I want to create will be here in our main folder, and let's create a new Python file, and this will be called forms. Okay, so here's how you are going to create form using Django. Let's do from Django import forms, and then from Django dot contrib dot out dot forms import authentication form. Okay, so here's how we're going to do our authentication. And now let's create a class, and let's do authentication form, and here in the brackets I will write authentication form. Okay, and then let's write username. Okay, this will be equal to forms dot character field. Okay, so field that we write the characters, and then here you can set some parameters. So let's do max length of 50 characters. Widget will be forms dot text input. Okay, so we will accept text input here, and here I will write in JSON format class, and then form dash control. Okay, and then I will write another one, placeholder, and then user name. Okay, and after you're ready with that, let's add a field for the password. So I write password equals to forms dot character field. Okay, and here let's write label equals password. Okay, so this is the label that will be in our field, and then let's write widget equals forms dot password input. Okay, so you need to write that in order for your password to be hidden. And then let's do class, and then form dash control, comma, and then same thing, placeholder, and then let's do password. Okay, let's save that. And here is how everything looks. Take a good look at my code and check out if yours is the same. So I don't think I need to explain too much about this. It's pretty straightforward, but we simply import forms from Django, and then we create the authentication form class where we add username with those parameters using the character field function from Django, and then the password with those parameters. Okay, obviously max length is the length of the characters. Widget displays how the property will be basically rendered within the page, what text input is expected into our fields, and so on and so forth. Now, once done with that, let's open the Gamestore main URLs here. Okay. And the first thing, let's add some import statements here. So let me get closer and let's do from Django dot authentication dot views import login, actually login view, and then from Django dot contrib dot authentication dot views import logout view. Okay. And once you do that, here we will need to add the path in order to access our login and logout information. So you can write the following: path r and then accounts slash login, comma, login view dot as view, and then here I write template underscore name would be equal to login.html. As you can see, we're going to create later an HTML file that will contain the login display. Okay, and then let's write name equals to login. Okay, so let's close that parenthesis. And we're done here. Let's just check if everything's okay. Yes. So this is our login path, and let's create another path to log out. By the way, I want you to notice that since certain version of Django, we're using the login view, but before that, it was very common to use the function called simply login. Okay, but this was removed. So just to know that if for some reason this package cannot be found into this module, then the reason could be that you have older version of Django and you need to update it. Now let's write path, and here let's write r, and the same accounts dash logout, and then comma logout view dot as view, and here let's write next page. Okay, and this will be equal to a slash, right? And here is our parenthesis. Let's actually move it here, and after that let's write name equals logout, that's it, and then comma. Okay, so just place the comma here. Okay, and we're all set with that statement here. So let's save the file. And now obviously we need to create this login HTML file. So go to Gamestore and then templates, and into the templates, actually not in those, but in those here. So here we have the base HTML, and we need to create another one. So let's do new HTML file, and this would be called login. Okay, so we have login HTML, and PyCharm supports HTML, which is great. So here you can write the contents of this file. So I remove the predefined actions, and now let's write here first extends base.html, and then let's do block content. Okay, and then let's create a div. Okay, and inside let's write form. Okay, so action, I'll write dot here. Then here you can choose a method, and the method will be post method. Then the class would be form sign in. Okay, and then let's hit enter, and here I want another tag, and this one would be called CSRF token, and then h2, And in this heading, let's write class, and the class will be form sign in dash heading, okay, and then login. So this is the name of the form. And here let's write a label for input username. Then the class will be sr dash only, and here I write user name, okay. Then here I write form dot username, and then we're gonna add the other form for the password, so I'm gonna write label, and here we will for input password, and then class sr dash only. So this would have the same class, so when we modify one, we would modify the other as well, and then password, and then let's write form dot password, and after that let's write input, okay. So the type will be submit, and here let's write again a class, and our class would be btn dash lg btn primary and btn dash block, and then here I will write a value, and the value will be login, okay. Let's actually place that on another line so it's more presentable. And here is how we end our form here. And after that, within this div, let's create another one. So I will do div, and this one would be over class sign in dash errors dash container, and then if form dot non field error. So this is how we check if there are errors, okay. Then ul, which is going to be of a class form dash errors, and here let's add another tag, and this will be for error in form dot non field errors, okay. And then let's create a li error, and finally we'll end the for. So let's do end for, that's it, and here we're ending the ul. Then let's end the if, so let's do percent and if, and finally diff and diff. And after the second diff, let's do end block. So I will do here end block all together, okay. So let's save that, and we're ready here with the login HTML. So this template here, guys, basically extends the base template, as you can see. So here we're creating a form tag which will basically display a form when the user will need to write the username and password. And after we create the form, which is until here, then we're creating a makeup for error container. And normally if we would have some errors, we would display a message to the user that there is some problem with the code. So before actually running our code, we need to do a few more things. Firstly is to create another HTML file that will basically display the login and the logout links. And the second one is so obviously to create a makeup language or to write something in the CSS. Okay, so let's create here in the templates a file called, so let's create a new HTML file underscore log in partial.html. Okay, and in the next video we're going to update this file and also finalize the CSS part, and you will see how our login form basically looks like. That's it, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and we're going to continue in our next video. Add login and logout part 2. Hi everyone, in this video we're going to focus on the front-end part of our project, and here I will be updating the login partial.html file that we created in the previous video. So let's remove this text from here, and this file is not going to be too long, I promise you that. So let's create a tag here. So I'll write if user.is user is authenticated, which means if the user has already been logged in, right? Then I will do form logout form, and then action. Actually, we already have the action. This is the ID, and this will be the action. So the action would be again a Django input. So I will do if logout, okay, and then method will be post method, okay, and then for class, so I will write here, okay, let's go out of this, so let's do class, and the class will be navbar dash right, okay, and after that let's create another tag, and this will be csrf underscore token, okay, and then I will do ul, and then class, and I will do navbar dash nav, and then navbar dash right, okay, and then let's write ay, and then span, and the span will be of a class navbar dash brand, and here will be logged as, okay, and then let's write here user dot username, okay, and then span ay, okay, that's good. So let's create another ay, and in the other one we'll add here a, and the hyper reference I will actually just copy it and paste it. It will be a submit form, so just copy and paste this one that I wrote here. Okay, let's write here log off, and then we add the a, the I, and the UI. Okay, and we're done here with our form. So you can see if the user is authenticated, then we'll display this form, right? But what happens if the user is not authenticated? So let's write here else, okay. So if the user is not authenticated, then what we would like to do is to write ul, and then class, and then navbar dash nav, and then navbar dash right, then ay a, and the hyperreference here would be %URL login, and that's it here, and let's write login, okay. Let's save that, and then in the end let's simply write and if, so we end the statement and we exit here. Okay, let's save that file, and our login partial is done. So the next thing you will need to do, guys, is to go to the base HTML file. So let's open it here, base HTML, and let's locate the unordered list. So this is that here, home, and just under this UI here, you need to add the form, the login partial form. So what you can do is simply write a bracket, and here I write if user dot is underscore authenticated. Okay, so we allow the next things only if the user is authenticated. Actually, this one is already here. One second. So since this one is already here, the authentication check, actually here what we need to do is simply to include the form that we already created. So let me do include and then login partial dot html. Okay, and then let's close that. Okay, let's save, and we're done with the login partial file. So the final thing you need to do is to add your makeup language or the CSS file. Okay, so as I said, it is better if we do that from the Sublime text editor because PyCharm doesn't support CSS. So if you go here to Gamestore static styles and then go to site CSS, you can simply open it with the Sublime text editor. Okay, so the file currently looks like this. And then let's add the single page data. So let me do here single page, and let's comment out this. So let's write dot form dash sign in, and then here I will do max width will be equal to 330 pixels. Okay, then the padding would be 15 pixels and the margin would be 0, and then let's do it auto. Okay, so we're done with the stack, and you know those classes, they were already added into the HTML, so these changes will immediately take effect in the HTML file. Then let's write form dash sign in, and then input. Okay, and then let's write type equals email. Okay, and then we will do a margin bottom would be -1 pixel. Okay, and we're ready with that. The next tag would be form dash sign in again, and here we'll create another input. So let's do input and then type equals email. Okay, so if we have an email, then I will do border dash top. Okay, and for border top, let's do left dash radius 0, and right radius will be 0. Okay, so the next we'll apply for few tags. So let's do form dash sign in dot check box, and here we will do font width will be normal. Okay, the next one will be form, actually dot form sign in and dot form dash control, and here inside let's write position, and the position will be relative to what we've got. Okay, then height will be auto, so it will be set automatically. Then let's write web kit dash box dash sizing, and then let's do border dash box, and then let's do moz dash box dash sizing, and here we'll do this again to be equal to border box. Okay, let me actually make space here so we're consistent. And finally, let's do box dash sizing, and again this will be equal to border box. Then let's do padding of 10 pixels and font size of 16 pixels. Okay, that's it, and this is how it looks. So after that, let's write dot form dash sign in and dot form dash control. Then let's write here focus, and then z index will be equal to 2. Okay, and after that let's write sign in dash errors dash container, and then form dash errors. And here we add some functionality to those two classes. So let's first add the padding, which will be 0. Then display will be equal to flex. Then flex direction will be a column. Then list style will be none. Then let's write align items will be to the center, so center, that's it. And finally let's do color, so color will be red. Okay, so if the user faces any errors while login, he will get those errors displayed in red. Okay, that's it here. And then let's write sign in dash errors dash container, and then dot form dash error. And here let's write max width of 350 pixels. Let's do 350 pixels, that's it. And that's all, guys. This is how the CSS looks like. This is how the z-index looks like. Then we add some signing controls, and only here we need to add some additional. So as you can see, everything here is ready, but I want to actually add a few more classes here. So those will be for the password, and let's write a dot form dash sign in input, and then if the type is equal to password, then I will do margin bottom will be equal to 10 pixels, and then let's do dot form dot dash sign in, and then input type equals to password again, but here we're gonna do the border dash top. Okay, and here we would have again left dash radius 0, and basically I'm just gonna copy them from the previous code, so we save some time. And this is how it looks like. Okay, and here don't forget to put the semicolon so we're consistent. So let's save that. And now once this is done, let's go to the settings.py file. So here is a settings.py, and inside I want you to add one statement, and it will be right on the bottom. So write login underscore redirect underscore URL equals to a slash. Okay, let's save that as well. And let's now run our server and see if it's gonna work. Actually, we have our server already running. Let's see if we would be able to see the changes just by having all those things saved or not. So if I go here and I try to update it, you can see that now here you have the login sign. Okay, so let's select it, and you can see here you have a login portal with a login button as well, right? And also notice that your server was actually running while you're doing those changes and creating new Python files. So you can really run your server and modify your application at the same time. Let's now try to log in and see if something is going to break. So I will log in with the admin user that I previously created with a password Django123. And as you can see, I just logged in as Martin Yanev, okay? And I have a card, which is not working yet, but we have a home page and we have all those things. So this is how, guys, you're creating the login form. Really, thanks for watching, but in the next video, you need to pay a good attention because I will teach you how to actually create a registration form so users can easily register into your application. That's it, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Creating new users. Now, once we are able to log in into our RESTful service, we need to add another form which will allow us to add new users into our application. So a few things that we're going to do today are basically creating a form where new users, so we'll create a form where new users can register. We'll make sure that the username is required, email is required as well, okay? First and last name also required, and we also require them to add password required as well, okay? So if any of those rules are not followed, then the user shouldn't be able to create an account and it should get an error. So the first thing I will do here, guys, is I will go into the forms.py file, which is in our main directory. So let's go to forms, and here first I want to add some helper function which will help us verify if the user already exists. So let's write here above the authentication form. Actually, first I'm gonna import. So let's do from Django dot contrib dot authentication dot models. We'll import user, okay, and then let's write def validate unique user, and here I write error underscore message comma, and then we're gonna add here criteria, okay, and then let's create here a variable called existing user, and this will be equal to user, so we will use the function we just added, dot objects dot filter, and here I want my variable called criteria, okay, and then we will say if existing user, okay, then we will raise, okay, forms dot validation error, okay, so we'll create a validation error which will consist our error message, okay, that will pass here as you can see, okay. So this is our validate unique user bit of the code which will be responsible for checking if the user is already there or not, okay. So this is the function. Now we can start adding the form that contains the fields that we would like the user to fill, right? So let's go under the authentication form, and here below it I'll create a new class. So let's write a class, and this will be called sign up form, Okay, and inside we add a form. So I will do forms.form. Okay, so let's write here username. Okay, and this will be equal to forms.character field. And then here let's do max length, which will be equal to 10 characters. Then widget will be equal to forms dot text input. Okay, and the text input will be of a class form protocol. I will just copy that one. Okay, and then the placeholder would be first, actually in parentheses, first name would be equal to forms dot character field max length equals to 100. Then widget would be equal again to forms dot text input, and here we'll have form protocol, and then the placeholder would be first name. So I will do first. Okay, so we're ready with that, guys. So once we have the username and the first name, let's create now another block called last name. Actually, I'm just gonna copy and paste that one. So let's use this as a template. Okay, so here that will be last name. So let's do last name, and then forms dot character field max length will be of 200 symbols. Then the widget text input, and here will be last name. So you can do that if you want to save some time. Then the next one would be email. So let's do email, and the maximum length of the email, again I will put 200 characters. It will be a text input, and only here in the placeholder just put email. Okay, that's it. And finally we need to create a password. So here we need two fields. So the first one will be password. Okay, so here we will have max length of, actually min length, let's do the minimum length of 6 characters, and max length of 10 characters. Okay, and here instead of text input it will be password input. Okay, and instead of password here, instead of first name here, we'll write password. Okay, so this is going to be our placeholder, and finally we'll need to repeat the same password. So I will do here repeat password, and here it will be again character field with max length of 10, and here I will do min length of 6, and then here we have password input, and here we will do repeat password. Okay, so these are all the forms that we will have into our page. So after you create that, guys, when using Django, you need to create also the clean functions, and the clean functions is used when we are parsing posted data with Django. So let's do def clean username. Okay, and let's do self here, so we're in the same class, and let's do username will be equal to self dot clean username. So this is a predefined function, and then here I will do username. Okay, then let's do validate unique user. Okay, so here we will check if the username created doesn't match any other username that was previously created here. So I will do error message. So here you can choose a error message that you would like. So let's do username already exists. Okay, and then the username, so the username that will be placed here is going to be equal to username that we created earlier. Okay. And finally, once we exit this, actually let me bring this bracket here. Once we validate the username, then we would return username. Okay, this would mean that the username has been validated. So let's create the next function, and actually, because I'm lazy, I will just copy the previous one and paste it below. And this one would be called clean email. So I want to check that we have unique email that has never been used before. So here we will do email self.clean email. Actually, let's do something that is going to be understood from all the classes. And instead of clean email here, I will simply write another thing, which I will also write in the previous function. So let's write cleaned data. Okay, so actually check if the data is cleaned. So cleaned data instead. And here we again write email. And then we validate the unique user function, okay, and we display our message, which will be email already exists. And then here instead of username we'll write email, and here we'll write email as well. Okay, finally we'll return the resultant email from that function. So let's copy it, and in the next function I will write the same thing but for the password. So this function will be called clean repeat password. Okay, and here we need to have two fields. So the first one will be called password1, which will be called self.clean data password, and then you will have also password2. Password2 will be called to self.cleaned data, and here we will pass the repeat password. Okay, and we are going to return password1. Okay, so now we're returning password1, but we need to do some check here to check if the passwords are actually identical. So to do that, I will do an if statement. So let's check if password1 is not equal to password2, then we would like to raise an exception. So let's do raise, and then we'll have forms dot validation error, and here I will do, actually let me put this in parentheses. So let's do star, and then passwords did not match. Okay, so if we never go to the statement, then we will return password1 and our function will be successful. Okay, so this is how we created the clean functions, guys. And now we have all of our fields in the form set it up, and also we have the checks as well. So once you're ready with that, we have one more file that we need to edit for the front end part, and this would be the views.py. Okay, so once we created the form, let's go here and we need to add some information so we can display what we need. Now let's first start our import statements. So let's do from django.views.decorators.csrf import csrf underscore protect. Okay, and then from dot forms import sign up form, and then from Django dot contrib dot authentication dot models import user as well. So here, as we will be receiving a data from the post request, we use the RTF decorator, and we'll also pass the sign up form that we created in the previous file to that function so we can use it. And here's how it's done. Now let's write a function. So let's write def add to cart. Actually, let's add the cart later, but now we can add the sign up. So let's actually do a tag. So CSRF protect. So this is the decorator that we'll add. If you don't know what decorator is, you can definitely search in Google Python decorators and really understand that concept, because it is really useful sometimes when you use Python. So let's do def sign up request. Okay. And now let's do if, let's make some space here, request dot method is equal to post, and then we'll do form equals to sign up form, and here I will do request dot post. Okay, and then if form dot is valid, so if our form is valid, then we will do user equals user dot objects dot create user, and then I will add here username equals to form dot clean data, and in the brackets username. Okay, and then let's actually copy that and paste it so we don't waste time. So let me copy this and just paste it below. Okay, so here instead of username we will have first name, and here also first name, then you have last, and then last name. And also make sure, guys, that you place the commas here so you get your data validated. Okay, so we have username, first name, last name, and then let's do email and email, and finally we'll have the password and password. Okay, let's remove this last part as I created too many. Okay, and then let's do user dot save, and then we'll return render, and inside let's add the path, and I add the path to the HTML file, which is not created yet, but we will create it right now. So let's do request comma, and here we will do main slash create account success.html. Okay, so if the user creates the account successfully, then he would use this HTML file to display that success. And that's it. And this is how our template looks like. Let's actually fix this warning. Let's reformat. Okay, let's save that. And also I noticed here that we did if statement if the form is valid, but let's say what's gonna happen if the form is not valid. So let's do else. So if the form is not valid, then I will do form equals sign up form. Okay, and then this means that we will display again the sign up form, and then I will return from everything render request, and then we'll refer to the form HTML. So let's do main slash sign up dot HTML, and then comma, and then I will do form. Actually, let's do it in parentheses. So form will be form. That's it. And let's put all of this in the curly brackets so it's recognized. You can see that now we have no longer errors here, and we're completely ready, guys, with the sign up request function into our views py file. So I'm gonna end that video right here. And in the next one, we're going to focus onto the front end part of this functionality in our application. But actually before that, let's simply go to the URLs here, because I want to add, before ending the video, the URL to that path. So let's do here path and then R, and I'll do here accounts/sign up. Okay, so this is going to be our URL, and then I will do the reference to views.signup function, and the name of that will be sign up because it sounds the most simple. So sign up, and you are all set with the URLs file. So you can see that first we updated the forms, then the views, and then we actually add the URL. So form is responsible for creating the actual form functionality. Then in the views, we're basically sending up the requests or the API level of our application. And finally, we are creating a link that we can access from the URL site of the application. So this is the whole backend, guys. In the next video, I will show you how you can do the front end for that amazing application. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Creating new users, front end component. Hi guys, and welcome back to the course. As I promised in the last video, today we're going to focus on the front end part of our application, which consists of 2 HTML files and 1 CSS. So let's go to the main, templates, and then main folder. And here you can see that you have only 1 HTML file, so we need to create 2 more. And select new HTML file, and this file will be called sign up. Okay, and then let's create 1 more file here. So new HTML file, and this will be called create account success.html. Okay, so those files, if you remember, we refer them into our sign up function into the view. So you have the create account and the sign up HTML. So now we need to add some data into those files. So let's first go to the sign up file and completely remove everything that's been created. And first let's create a tag here. Okay, so this file will extend, so extends base.html. Okay, so it will automatically find it and extend it. And after that, would like to say block content, and then let's do %sign. So let's close a curly bracket here, and then let's write a div, and this div will be of a class account details container. Okay, and here let's write h1, which will be sign up. Okay, and then we'll write form. Okay, so here the action would be this one, so I will do URL sign up. Okay, let's close this bracket, and then the method, so let's write method will be post. Okay, those are some really basic things for creating a form with Django. And after that, let's do CSRF token, and that's it. And here let's do form. Okay, let's do some space to make it beautiful. Okay, and finally let's create a button, and this button we have the class btn and btn dash primary. Okay, let's write then save, and let's end it. So this is gonna be our block, so end block. Okay, so that's it, guys. This is the file. Let's save it, and let's move to the create account success .html, and this one is actually really simple to the previous one. So let's get first closer, and let's write the first 2 parts. Actually, I'm just gonna copy them because, as you can imagine, I'm a bit lazy. So let's copy those, and let's do then div, and here let's add a class to that div. So this class would be create account msg container. And if you don't know, we're usually using those classes later on in the CSS in order to do some makeup to that statement. Let's do another div here, and the class of this div, so I will do class, this will be circle, okay, and then let's do I class fa, and then fa dash thumbs dash o dash up, then area hidden will be equal to true, okay, that's all. Then this div will be ending, and then let's do h3, so header type 3, and then we'll write your account has been created successfully, exclamation mark, okay. And after that, let's write a, and here what a hyperreference or hyperlink, and here I will do URL login, okay, then %, and let's call the curly bracket, and let's write click here to login, okay, and then we're ready with that. And finally, let's do end block, okay, and let's add another %. That's it, and let's save it. Okay, so that's all, guys. We saved the file, so we're ready with our HTML part, and let's move to the CSS files. So let's go to the site.css, which is located into the static directory in styles. So here's the site CSS, and as you know, I prefer to edit that with Sublime Text because it has a predefined CSS editor here. So let's edit that with the CSS. So firstly, we'll create the account created page. Okay, so first we're going to mark up this statements. So let's do dot create dash account dash msg dash container, okay, and here let's do display flex, then flex direction would be column, then align items, let's do center, and the margin top will be over 100 pixels. Okay, now that's done. Then let's do dot create account msg container, and here actually also I want this to be valid for the circle as well. So now let's do width 200 pixels, then height would be again 200 pixels, border would be solid and 3 pixels, that's it. Then display would be over flex type, then we'll do flex direction would be column, then align items center, then padding, actually let's do dash top will be 30 pixels, and the border radius would be 50%. Those things obviously you can write and then run your application and see how it looks like and basically change them, because it's a makeup language just to make the things appearing more pleasant for the users. So in the real life you would just add those parameters and basically see how your application would look like. Now let's do the next class modification. So let's do create account msg dash container dot fa dash thumbs o up, okay, and here I just want to add a font size of 9 em, okay. So this is how what we wrote so far looks like. Now the last thing I will do here is create account dash msg dash container, and here we're going to modify the a. So let's do here font size of 1.5 em, okay. And that's it, guys. This is about the account creation page. So let's now do the sign up page. So let me mark that the sign up page starts here. So let's write dot account details dash container, and then let's do a hashtag id underscore password, comma, and then the same thing, account container, and then let's do ID, repeat, password. Okay, and both of those will have a width of 200 pixels. Nice. Then let's modify again the account details container. So let's do here max width would be 400 pixels, and then the padding would be 15 pixels. The margin would be 0, and let's set auto here. Okay, so we're almost done with the CSS file. Just bear with me for a little more. Now let's modify the button. So let's do account details container dot btn dash primary, and here you can do margin. No, this is margin top 20 pixels. Okay, then let's do error list, padding left will be 10 pixels, then display would be inline block, then list style would be none, and then color would be red. Okay, and there is one more line, guys. So just above what we wrote, let's write here dot, actually not without dot, just label, because I want to change the label with again margin top. So margin top again 20 pixels, and that should be all. Okay, so that's all. This is the sign up page here in the CSS. So let's save that, and once we have it saved, let's actually verify that we have the same thing here. As you can see, the changes are also applied into PyCharm, because we basically open the same file. So let's go back to our terminal and run the server once again. So you can see that the server runs properly, so there's a high probability that we don't make any errors. And let's go here and simply refresh. Let me actually put the terminal on the side so you can actually see what's going on here. Okay, so let's refresh again. As you can see, that's okay. And now let's do login, and you can see that here we have the login place. But for example, if I go here on the top and I write accounts / sign up, as you can see, we're getting an error here, and let's investigate what the error is, because obviously there is some error in the code that we'll need to fix. So let's go back to our files and let's see where the error might be. But as I can see from here is that here we get a value error into our HTTP response. So most probably the error is here in the views file. Let's check it out. And yeah, actually when I see the else statement here is aligned with the second if, but what I was intending to do is to align it with the first if. So if you press here shift and tab, this will move it back and we'll actually align it with the first if statement. And also the return statement, I will also move it back so it gets after the post here. So let's save that and let's go back to our server. So if I now go back and I try to access accounts sign up, oh, you can see now the form is completely displayed here, and you can see the username, first name, last name, email, password, and repeat password. One other improvement I will do here actually is that here first name on the placeholder, you can see it's written first name as well. So I would like it to be set up as username. So let's do here username. Let's save that and let's see if that is going to reflect on our server. So you can see that this just changed here. And actually this is why I advise you guys to always play with the different variables so you can see which variable to which part of the application it refers to. So now let me try to register. So let's do another account which will be called Django 4, and the first name will be Jack Jones, and I will put a valid email that I have, so jack@gmail.com, and here you can choose any password. So let's choose Django123 and then Django123, and let's hit save here, and you can see that here our account is created successfully. And let's click here to login. And now guys, you can log into your application with that account as well. So let's write the username Django4 and then Django123. And as you can see, now you're in our online shop. You have the cart, which is not created yet. You have your home page. and you have a different account. So now you have fully created the functionality for logging in, logging out, and creating a new account. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Game data model, backend. Alright, we can already log in into our application. We can create account, new users. We also added a front-end page, which is this one. Actually, let me run the server again. This one, but is still blank. So the next thing that we want to do is to bring our application to life. So as you know, the aim of our course is to create a game store where you can create games for selling and also buy that games. So in order to do that, first we need to create a game model. We need to create some frame from which the admin will be able to create different games which he can potentially sell on his application. So if we go to the main folder here and open the file models.py, you'll see that this file is completely empty, but now we'll add some information here so we can have our models set it up. So let's add here the following code. So let's write class game platform, and here I want models dot model. So this is going to be the class that will define our model. Let's create a name, and the name will be equal to models dot character field, and in the brackets let's write max length equals to 100, and then let's write def to create a function within that model, str self, and here we're gonna return, so return self dot name. So this is how we're gonna return the name of the model. So now I added the class game platform, and it will represent the game platforms that will be available in the store. The class, as you can see, is very simple, and this is simply a class that inherits the model class. Every game character will have maximum length of every game actually that we want to sell. We have the maximum length of 100 characters. And also, if you actually want to check the rest of the fields that you can modify within the model class, you can definitely check that link here, right here. So docs.djangoproject.com en version 2 ref models fields. Okay, so here you can explore the different fields and actually add some modifications into this class if you desire. But for the purpose of this course, we definitely don't need that, but this is just for your information. So after that, we override the method str, as you can see here, and this method will basically dictate how the instance of the game platform will be printed to the user. Now let's create a second model. Since we created the game platform, now we will create a class that refers to the game. So let's write class game, and here I'll write models dot model, and right here I will create another class which is going to be a subclass, and I will call it meta. Okay, so let's write here, let's create a list called ordering, and this list will have two components. So first of all I write highlighted, and after that I will write name. Okay, and this will be the different types of ordering. So later on I will use this ordering in order to display our games in a certain way. So now outside this class, let's write name, and the name will be equal to models dot character field, and the maximum length of the name of a game will be 100 characters. Okay, then let's create another field. Let's write release underscore year, and this will be equal to models dot integer field, which means that here we can have only a number, and let's do null equals to true, and here the user will be able to write the year in which the game was created. Then let's write developer, and developer will refer to the company or the person that created the game. So let's do character field, and here I will again write length of 100 characters, and then let's do published by, and this will be equal to models dot car field, and then max length 100, and actually here again I need to do max length equals 100. So this is what all the parameters of a game would look like. We would have a name of the game, release year, developer, and publisher. Okay, then let's enable the opportunity for the user to actually add images. So let's write image dot equals models dot image field, and let's write upload to. So this means that we want to create a directory where all the images that the users add will be stored in our server or in our directory. Then we'll have a default image will be equal to images slash placeholder dot png. Okay, and after that I will create the max length. Actually, let's write comma here. So then max length 100. Obviously, since we don't have the images folder yet, we would need to create it and actually choose the image which will be the default image of our games. So let's save that, and I will keep on the back of my mind that we need to add this. Now let's create another variable. Let's write game, or actually game highlighted. No, actually let's call it game platform, and this will be equal to models dot boolean field. So this field will be either true or false, and the default variable here will be false. So only if the game platform is selected, then this will be enabled. And then let's create another variable which will be highlighted, and actually let's actually create the highlighted to be not displayed by default. So I'll actually write this here. Only if you want to see the highlighted, we'll have that opportunity. But for the game platform, let's actually make it the default one. So here I will do foreign key, and then game platform, comma, null will be equal to false, and after that on delete will be equal to models dot cascade. Okay, let's remove the brackets from here because we don't need them. And here's our class, guys. So this is our game class with all the necessary fields that you can see here. And also we created the game platform class. So those are the two classes that you actually need to add into your models py file. So then in the static file, guys, you can see that here you can actually create a new directory, and let's call this directory images. And here I will drag and drop the placeholder PNG. You can choose any type of PNG, of course, but this is the one I'm gonna place here, so the user will be able to see what type of image, how many pixels by how many pixels he can basically put for the games. And this will be basically visible for every game that doesn't have a picture. Okay, I will of course also add this image into the source code so you can download it and upload it to your project. So once we have that, let's actually add more code to the models class, and the next thing that I'm going to add here into the game class is going to be the game manager. So let's do objects equals to game manager. Okay, and you should get error now because we didn't yet create the game manager class. Then let's create a def, again str, so we'll override this method, and here I will do return f and then self dot game platform dot name minus self dot, and here you can choose name, And this method here will basically define when printing an instance of the game object will be displayed to the gaming platform. So in order to make this error disappear from here, we need to declare the game manager class. So I'll actually define the game manager just above the game class, okay, just before it. So let's write here class game manager, and here what I will pass is models dot manager. Okay, so here we will define some simple methods that will enable us to get different functionalities from our template. So let's do def. Actually, let me make some space here. So def get highlighted, and then I will do self. Okay, and then let's return self dot filter, and in the brackets I will do highlighted equals to false. Okay, actually here is true because we want to display the highlighted. Then I will create another function, and I will call this one get not highlighted. So from the name I think it is pretty clear what this function will be doing. And so let's here return self dot filter and then highlighted will be equal here to false. Okay, and then write def get by platform, and here we will just pass the platform variable, so platform. Okay, and we'll return self dot filter and then write game platform name I exact equals to platform. Okay, so these are all the functions that you need here into the game manager class, so you can basically manage your game modules. So once that's done, guys, and once you create a new model, you actually need to do something. Let's actually stop our server for now. It obviously doesn't work because we are not ready with creating the model. But what you need to do is to write Python, then manage.py, and then write make migrations. Okay, and it will show you the new models that you have for migration. And as you can see, since we created game platform and game models, you need to migrate those. So then write Python and then manage.py and then simply write migrate. Okay, once you do that, you can see that we have applied that to all migrations and that our migrations are completed. Okay, so once you added those models, the next thing I want to add into our application is the price list data model, right? Because all of our games, they will have different prices, so we need to make a model for that. And in the same file models.py, let's continue adding data here. And let's add a new class, and the class will be called, so let's write class price list. Okay, so here I write models.model, and here first I will create a variable called add, and here we'll pass models dot date time field. Okay, and I will do auto now add, and then I will do true. Then I will do last updated, and this will be equal to models dot again datetime field, and here I will do auto now, and this will be true. And finally I will do price per unit, and this will be equal again to models dot decimal field, because here we add numbers, and then let's set the max length, which will be equal to 9. Okay, let's select the decimal places, so how many signs after the decimal we can accept, and finally the default value will be equal to 0. Okay, so the default price will be basically equal to 0. Then let's write the game variable, which will be equal to models dot one to one field. Okay, and here let's write the game, and then on delete, and this will be equal to models dot cascade. So we have the delete functionality, and then we'll do primary key equal to true, and we're all set with that. And finally, let's overwrite again the string method, so str and then self. So here I will just simply return the self dot game dot, and let's return the name of the game. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, and once ready, we can do the same thing like we did for our game model. So let's again write python manage.py make migrations, and we can see that here we identified some issues. So let's see what the problem is and let's try to fix it. So yeah, obviously here we need max digits but not max length. Okay, so this is how the class looks with all the errors fixed, guys. And I will save it again. So let's try that command again. And as you can see, we found one model called price list. Okay, so let's write now python manage py migrate, and you can see that the migration has been completed successfully. Now this was the backend part, sorry, of our project. We will have a little bit more backend job into our views.py file, but this one I will do it later on because we have another backend video before actually running the project once again. But this was for this video, guys. In the next one we're going to concentrate on the front end, and I will show you how to do the HTML and the CSS for that project. That said, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Game data model front end. Hi everyone, in today's video we're going to focus on the front end part of our game model application. So as you know, we already created our models right here into the models.py file, and the next step is to create the HTML files into our templates directory. So to do that, the first thing that I'm going to do is to obviously create the HTML files. So let's create a new HTML file, and then the name of this file will be highlight, or actually let's put another name. Let's do game list. Okay, so obviously this file, the game list file, will basically contain and will be able to display the list of games to the user. So some of the HTML we'll write here, and then we'll write a simple code to replace the whole content of the index.html file for our modules. Okay, so since this is HTML, we can edit it in Python, in PyCharm. So let's get started. So let me get a bit closer and let's write load static, and this loads all the static files from our directories. And also then I will do %load tz. Okay, and then let's create a div here, and I'll write a class called game container, and after that, in between the div, let's add another Django expression. So let's write for game in game list. So for every game in the game list, and then I'll write if game dot highlighted and highlight games. Okay, so here we say if the game is highlighted and highlight games equals to true. Then let's create another div of a class item box highlighted. Okay, so let's move that a little bit. And after that, here I will write %else div, and here the class would be item box. So let's write item box. Okay, and then let's write %and if. Okay, and outside let's create another div, and here we have a class item image, and here I will add an image, and the src or the source of the image would be static game.image.url. Okay, and the out, I'm not gonna add anything here. And then let's close the first div. Then let's open another one. So let's write div class item info and then h3, and here I write game.name, so the name of the game. Okay, then let's write p release year. Okay, so this is how the release year will be displayed, and then here the release year will be equal to game.release_year, and this we're getting straight from the modules class. Okay, so if we search for it, here is our release year, and this is from the class game. Okay, so this is how we refer to it. Okay, so after that, guys, once you wrote that, we have just a little bit more code to write. We first need to add the rest of the fields, so let's add another p. So let's write p here, and here let's write developer, and then the developer would refer to the variable game.developer. Okay, then let's write another p, and this will be publisher. Okay, so the publisher will refer to game.publisher, or is it publisher? Let's actually check. So here is not publisher but published by. Okay, so let me just copy that, published by, and after that the last field is actually that one. So let's now create another statement. So let's write if game dot price list dot price per unit, and then we'll create a class price. Okay, so if the item has a price, we want to display it, so price. Okay, and here we'll write price, and we'll display the price indoors. So the variable would refer to game dot price list dot price per unit. Let's write a pipe here, and then float format, and the float format would be 2. So pipe basically says that I want to display this price here, but with the float format of 2, so 2 decimal after the comma. Okay, that's it, and we can exit from the p. And finally here let's write else, since we had an if, let's write else, and here we'll create another p. And if we don't have a price, so let's do class price. Okay, then price again, and here we write not available. Okay, and then we can do %and if. so we know that we're no longer in the if statement, and we're ready with that. So let's close the other div here, and then let's create an A. So here we'll create a button, and the reference to the button would be car/add and then the game ID. Okay, so this is how we're basically going to add a price for a game. And then here I will also create a class so we can do some makeup to that field. I will do add to cart, then btn, and then btn dash primary. Okay, and now here in between, let's also add an I with a class. Okay, the class will be fa dash shopping dash cart. Then let's write area hidden equal to true, and here we end our I. And after that, let's add to cart. Then let's exit the second div, which refers to that one. And then let's exit the if loop as well. So let's do end, actually for the for loop. Okay. And we have another div after that, and this one. And then let's exit the div as well. So that's all, guys. Let's save that file. And next one, let's move to the index.html. And here, this is the template where we were displaying welcome to the game store. But now we will need to remove that and add what is going to actually be displayed in our application. So let's do here if highlighted games list %, then let's write div, and here let's write class panel, and then panel dash success. Okay, and after that let's create another div, and here I will write another class panel dash hidden, then h2 with a class panel title. Then let's add here an I, and the I will be of a class. Actually, let's add the I on the next line. So the I will be of a class fa gamepad area hidden equal to true, and then the I ends here, and here we can write now highlighted games. Okay, and we end the h2. So after that, let's create another div. So, or actually let's first close this one. Okay, so we exit this one, and then we can create another one. So let's do div, and the class here will be of panel body. So let's do panel body, and here we have one long statement. So I write include main / game list .html, or this refers to the file that we already created. Okay, with game list equals to highlighted games list, then highlight games equals to false. Let's close that, and then let's write if show more link highlighted, then %, and here let's write p, and here write a with the hyperreference to the game list highlighted. Okay, and let's write here see more items. Okay, so this if the user needs to see more items, then you would show more of the highlighted games, but you definitely see how this works once we start the application. Okay, so let's do now here and if, okay, and then we close both diffs, and let's also end the other if as well. So let's write the same thing here. So let's do end if, okay, and we close that. Now let's create another if statement here, guys. So what I will do is I will create % and then if. So if we're in the game list, then I'll write include main slash game dash list dot html with game list equals games underscore list highlight games equals to false. Okay, and then if show more link games, let's create a p here, and then a, and hyperreference, so a refers to a hyperreference. We'll add here games, actually let me do a slash games list slash o, and then another one, and then I'll write here c o items. Okay, so once we're done with that, let's do end if, so end if, and then another end if, so let's do here end if. Okay, and finally let's end the whole block, so I will do here % and block. Okay, so let's see back if we actually have some errors. The first one, I can see here that instead of panel heading, it should be panel hidden. Okay, this is the tag that I was anticipating. And then here, instead of if, is in games list. Okay, so you can fix that as well, because I really noticed that I did a few mistakes. Then here, instead of games, it's game list, so let's remove that one. And also here is game list, and here as well game list, because this is the name of the file, guys. Here as well game list, and here is also game list, and that's it. Okay, so let's save that file here. Okay guys, so we're ready with the index HTML, and as I see, this video already got too long, so in the next part we're also going to update the CSS part of our modules. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching that video, and I will see you in the next one. Game data model, edit views. Hi guys, congratulations, you already reached a point where you will be able to display your complete application with the game models in this video. But before that, we need to add some modifications in the views.py file mainly, and a few small modifications to some other files. So let me show you what we're going to add. So as we edited the index.html file, now we need to go to the views.py and actually create a method which will run the index file. So I will create it just above the signup file here, the signup function actually, and you can see that here we have the index request file. Now, let's modify that, and the first thing I will do here, I will write context. Okay, and for now this would not make sense for Python, but soon I'm gonna add the context variable and we'll basically pass it here. So let's get started. The first thing I want here is the max highlighted games, and let's set that number to 3. Then let's do max game list, let's set that to 9, so the maximum game list is 9 and the maximum highlighted games will be equal to 3. Now we need to put those into action, but before that let's do highlighted underscore games list, and actually here is also games. So highlighted games list would be equal to game, and you can see that game here gives us an error, but later on I'm gonna actually add it to our class, or actually import it. So game dot objects dot get highlighted. Okay, so let's go up here and let's do actually some imports. So I will do from dot modules import game. Okay, and now the game should be understood. Yeah, you can see that we no longer get this error here because we imported the game. Now we can continue with writing our code. So let's do game list, and this would be equal to game dot objects dot get not highlighted. Okay, and then let's do show more link highlighted, and this variable will be responsible for the button show more on our highlighted page, on our highlighted game page. So let's do now highlighted games list dot count higher than max highlighted games. Okay, and then let's do show more link games will be equal to games list dot count, so we'll count each and every item here, higher than max game list. Okay, so that's good, guys. As you can see, we used all of those variables that we created, and now the show more link highlighted and the show more link games are going to be passed into our context dictionary. So let's do context equals to a dictionary, and let's create the first input. So let's do highlighted games list would have the key highlighted games list square brackets max underscore highlighted games. Okay, then the next key would be games underscore list, and this would be games list, and would get the max game list. Okay, then the next variable would be show more link games, and let's do here show more link games, comma, and then we would have the show more link highlighted, which I will just copy and paste, and this would be the same thing, show more link games, actually show more link highlighted. Okay, and that will be it. So we're ready with our dictionary here, and as you can see, the error disappeared. So this is how our context dictionary looks like, and this is how our index function looks like. So we're ready with our view file. Now let's go to another file called admin.py, and here the only thing that I want to do is first to import some libraries. So let's do from Django.contrib import admin, and if you wonder, oh, actually this one is already predefined here, so we don't need to import it. But if you wonder what the admin file is doing, this is basically, once we have the game model, we would like to create more games. So to do that, we need to register the modules that were created into the admin. So this is what I'm gonna do. Now let's import the next library from .models import game. Then let's also import game platform, and also let's import the price list. So let's import price list. Okay, then I will do admin dot auto discover. Then let's do admin dot site dot register, and then game platform. So we will register the game platform, then we will do the same thing. So let's basically copy this and add the rest of the modules here as well. Okay, and here let's write game, and then let's write price list. Okay, so this is how we register our modules into our admin file. And finally, let's go to our settings file here, and let's add a variable called media root. So let's add here media root equals to os.path.join base dir, comma, static. Okay, so this is how we link the static. Now let's try to run the site and see if we face any problems and if we can fix them. Okay, so let's run now Python manage.py, and let's write a run server. Okay, so as you can see, our server is working properly, but this doesn't guarantee yet that our application is going to be working properly. So let's actually check that, and I open a browser where we have our site, and let's reload it. And as you can see, once we reload this file, we're basically seeing an error here, so let's investigate it. So yeah, the first error I see here is that this one should be if instead of in. Here I want games list, and as far as I see, these are the errors in that file. I think the main one was that here we had in instead of if, which is a typo, as you can see. So let's try rerunning the server. And as you can see here now, we no longer see the message that we had displayed, which is normal. Now let's go to the admin panel that we created, so admin. And here you need to usually write the root username that you create in the first video. So mine is Martin Yanev, and then I wrote Django 123. And you can see that now you can enter to an admin panel where you can see all the models that you created. So we have the game platform, games, and the price list. Now, if you get this one, this is great. And let's create a new game. And you can see that here we have all the fields. We have name, release year that we created, developer, published by. We can upload an image, which I'm not gonna do right now. And we have a game platform. And also we can tick whether this is highlighted or not. So let's create a game here. But first, before that, since we don't have game platform yet, let's actually first create a game platform. So let's hit add, and let's add battle games. Okay, let's save that platform, and you can see that battle games was created successfully. So if I go here on games and select add, now we can add our first game. Let's call it weapons. Release here, let's do 2009. Developer Martin Y, published by Martin Y. And the game platform, we can check battle games, and you can choose if you want this game to be highlighted. I will select it to be highlighted. Let's save it, and already your game is in the database, so you can basically sell it. Okay, so let's actually create a few more games. So let's create another game. Let's create a game called Mystery. Let's add year 2010. Developer Martin Y. Okay, Martin Y. And you can see that actually I tried to validate the game without selecting some of the fields, and you can see that this was not possible. Let's add it as highlighted. Okay, let's create another game. Let's call it Blood. Let's this game be from 2001. Developer Martin Y, published by Martin Y, and then select the platform, highlight it. Okay, and the last one, let's create one game that is not highlighted. So let's call it game strike, release year 2020, and put wherever developer and publisher, battle games, and let's save that one. So you can see that already you created 4 games that you can be selling into your application. So if I go here into our application, let me actually copy the link from the server. So here you are actually running the server, guys, if you wonder. Okay, so let's copy that link and let's paste it here, which is our main page. And here you can see highlighted games, okay? And here's our index page, but the problem is that we do not see the games that we already added here, right? So there should be some problem because of which those games cannot be displayed. So the first thing that I noticed, guys, the reason why we don't display what we need is that firstly this file here should be called games list instead of game list. So I did a slight mistake here. Okay, and then I'm gonna add the same changes here into the index.html file. So for example here it needs to be games list as well. So let's save that and let's see if that fix will resolve our issue. And let's change this here as well to games list. So let's rerun the file and we still don't have what we need. Another issue I found here is that here we have panel hidden. Instead it should be panel heading. Okay, so let's see what change that would add. As you can see, here now we get the panel with the green template. This is because now we connect the CSS to the HTML because we added the right tag, the panel heading, but our issue is still not resolved. Another issue I notice here, we have this should be games list but not game list because this is the correct reference. So let's change that, save, and try running it again, and let's hope that our games will be displayed. So as you can see, we resolved the issue. It is normal that we get issues time by time. The important part is to be able to investigate them and know how to fix them. So as you can see, guys, now our shop is completely ready. At least we can display it, and you can see the 3 highlighted games right now. But we need to, of course, add more functionality, and you will see how in the next videos I will enable this card to be working. As you can see now it is not working, and you will be able not only to display those games but to sell it, and potential users that would like to buy it can purchase it on the price that you set. That's it. Thank you very much for watching that video. I hope it was useful for you, and I will see you in the next one. Adding list game views. Hi everyone, as you remember, we are not displaying all items on the first page of our application. So for that reason we would need to build some button that will enable us to see more items, and when you select it, it should be able to send you to all items link. So this is going to be our aim in that video. You already have a partial view of the list of games, but we need to improve that in order to make our application more flexible. So let's go back to the code, and into our main directory, let's select the urls.py because we'll create 2 new URLs. So the first one will be named, so let's do path r, and here I write games dash list slash highlighted, and then this will refer to views dot show highlighted games. Okay, and then let's add another path, and here let's write games dash list, and with that link we'll be able to see all games, okay, not only the highlighted. And let's write here views dot show all games. Okay, let's save that. So we added already the links, but I assume you can guess what we're missing here. So the first thing we're missing is that we don't have the show highlighted games in our views file right here. So we'll need to add both this and that variable, and also we'll need to create another HTML templates for the physical display of that lists. Okay, so I will start by creating the HTML actually, and let's in the main folder here, so in main templates main, let's create a new file. Let's create an HTML file, and this file will be called o_games. Okay, and let's start editing this file. It is just a few lines of code, so let's write base HTML, so this will extend the base HTML, and here we'll add a block of a content. Okay, so let's first add header 2. Okay, and this will be called highlighted games. Okay, so this will be the header, and then let's write here if games, then let's include main slash games dash list dot html. Okay, so this will refer to this file if we're in games, and then with games list equals games. Okay, and also let's write here highlight prompted will be equal to false. And that's it. Then let's write else. Okay, here I'll write div of a class empty game list. Then let's add heading 3, and I'll write there is no promoted games available at the moment. Okay, so this will be displayed only if there are no games displayed. If there are games displayed, we will display the games with that statement. If this is not the case, then we're going to display this message. Actually here it's not prompted but is promoted. Okay, so let's also add here an HR, and let's save that. The last thing I will do is just to add the end of this block, so let's write here and if actually this is end. Okay, and if, and finally let's end the block, so end block. By the way, the indentation levels here don't matter, guys, so even if you don't write it in the same way as me, this wouldn't be a problem. However, I like my code to be presentable, and for that reason I try to keep the indentation levels on place here. Okay, so let's save that, and let's create another HTML file, and this HTML file will be called highlighted. Okay, highlighted.html, and here this file will be pretty similar. We're just going to use another variables in order to resolve that. Actually, let's go back here first because I noticed that I did a slight mistake. So no, actually everything looks okay. Let's go to the highlighted, and here I will actually copy paste the first blocks. The only difference is that here on the header 2 you have highlighted games, and actually here I will change it to all games. Okay, and this one will be highlighted games. Okay, and after that let's again write here, so let's say if games. Okay, then include main slash games dash list dot html with games list equal games, and then highlight promoted will be equal to false. Okay, and let's write here else. Okay, so if there are no games here, again we will write a div, okay, of a class empty game list. Okay, and then header 3, which will be there is no prompted or promoted games available at the moment. Okay, let's save that. Okay, and once you go out of this if, let's actually end our block. So I will do end if, and then I will do end block. Okay, so this is your file for displaying the highlighted and all games, as you can see. And finally, let's go to views.py. So here is the views.py, and I want two functions here. Let's add them in the end of the file. So those will be called show all games. Okay, and we'll pass here request. Okay, so let's write games equals game dot objects dot all. Okay, so here we'll display all objects, and then I'll write context would be equal to games and then games. Okay, so once we have that, we can now safely return the rendered image. So let's do render, and first we'll do request, then is the file. So let's do main slash all games.html, and then it will be context. Okay, so this is how we show all games, guys. And after that, let's create another function for the highlighted games. So let's do show highlighted. Okay, and here again we will pass request. So let's do again games would be equal to game dot objects dot highlighted. Okay, and then context would be equal here to games. Okay, and finally we'll do a similar thing with the rendering. So let's return render, and first let's add a request. That's it. Then let's add the file. So this will be main slash highlighted.html, the file we just created, and finally context. Okay, and let's change that to highlighted games, so it's more clear and consistent with the previous header. Let's save it. So from here, let's go back to the URLs, and I notice that here I need to do a slash in order for this item to be accepted. And let's try to run those addresses here and see if we get our games or not. Okay, so as you can see here, we have games highlighted, and as you can see, we're actually getting an error because we do not display what we need. So we definitely need to investigate that. And let me try to run all as well. So you can see we have the all games, but again, we don't have the right display. So we definitely need to check what's going on here. So let's try to troubleshoot that. And I think I have the reason. This is because we actually moved part of that statement here on the other row. So let's actually move this to the same line, and I will do this for both the games list and the highlighted games. Okay, so let's save that, and let's go back, and I will refresh games whole, and you can see that here you can see actually all games. And if I do games list highlighted, okay, you can see that the game that was not highlighted was removed. So now you have both lists that the user can see, both highlighted and non-highlighted game list that you can use with your preference. So that was all for that video, guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll continue in the next one. Creating the shopping cart model. Hello everyone, as we already have most of the functionality of our application working completely fine, now it's time to add the cart functionality, or the ability for the users to purchase your games. As you can see right now, if I select this button here, add to cart, you're seeing page not found, right? So this is not good, and we'll definitely need to change it. So before creating the cart, let's add some requirements to the cart into our text file, which is helping us to cope with this application. So let's write cart requirements. Okay, so here I will add some requirements for the cart. Now the first requirement would be add as many items as you wish. So we should be able to add as many items as we wish. Ability to change the items in the cart
Okay, so we want, if we purchase something, that we are able to change our choice. We want to be able to remove and edit items, and also every card shall be related to a user. Okay, so if the user is deleted, the card is also deleted automatically. So these are some base requirements to the software that we need to write. And if you work into a software building company, you've probably been exposed to requirements defining software way more complex than those ones, but the idea is exactly the same. You have a list of requirements that you need to satisfy with your software. So this is what we're going to do. Now, as the header of that video said, the first thing that we're going to be updating are the models, and I'm going to add the cart model today. So I'll add two classes, the shopping cart model and the shopping cart manager model. So let's first add the shopping cart manager. Let's create a new class in the models. So let's create class shopping cart manager, and here let's type models dot manager. Okay, and now let's do def. So let's create the first function within that class. And here we would want to be able to get the items by ID. So I'll call this get by ID. And here we'll pass self and then ID. Okay. And this would return self dot get pk equals ID. Okay. So this is the first function. Then let's create another one, def. Now get by user. Okay, and here we'll pass the user of the application, and then here we'll again return self dot get, and in the brackets I write user underscore ID, and this will be equal to user dot ID. Okay, and finally we would like to be able to create a card. So let's do def create card, and here I'll write self and user. So we're going to again pass a user here, and we need to pass user to this function because we want to create a card for a user. So let's create new card would be equal to self dot create, and here I will pass user equals user. Okay, and then we'll return a new card. Okay, so this function will be used to create a new card, and this is the manager. Now let's create the actual shopping cart. So let's do class shopping cart, and then let's do models dot model. Okay, so right here user equals models dot foreign key, and here I will pass a user, then I will pass no equals to false, and I will pass on delete would be equal to models dot cascade. Okay, so as you can see here, we're getting an error with the user, and this is because we haven't imported that class. So let's do from Django dot contrib dot out dot models import user. Okay, and as you can see now, we shouldn't see this error here. Yes, so that's been resolved. Then let's do another file or another object, actually called objects. So let's do shopping cart manager. Okay,
And now here let's write def str self, and we're going to override this method. So let's do return f self dot user dot username and then slash s shopping cart. Okay, so this means that here we will get the username of the user, and if the username is Martin, we will write Martin's shopping cart, and this will be the name or what will be displayed from the creation of our cart. Okay, I just changed here, instead of object is objects, because I did a typo, but that are the two functions, guys, the shopping cart manager and the shopping cart. So the next thing we need to do is to add a shopping cart item, because in the carts we create, it is good that we have an item inside. So to do that, we again need to create first a class called shopping cart item manager. Okay, and here we'll pass models dot manager. Okay, and then I'll create a function. Okay, so def get items, and what here self, and then a cart object, and this function would return self dot filter, and we'll filter by cart ID. So let's do cart ID would be equal to cart dot ID. Okay, then let's create the function. So let's create actually a class called shopping cart item, which will basically use a shopping cart item manager, and here I will pass models dot model. Okay, and the first parameter I want is quantity, and this would be equal to models dot integer field, and in the brackets I will do null equals to true, to false. Okay, then let's add another variable called price per unit, and this will be equal to models dot decimal field, and I want here max digits. Okay, would be 9, decimal places would be 2, and also the default will be 0. Okay, so here's how we defined the price per unit. Okay, the next one will be cart, and this will be equal to models dot foreign key, and here I will do shopping cart, then null will be equal to false, on delete would be equal to models dot cascade. Okay, then another one called game, and game will be equal to models dot foreign key, and here we want a game object, so game no will be equal to false, and then the on delete would be equal to models dot cascade. Okay, and the final thing we will create are objects. So let's do objects, and this will be equal to shopping cart actually item manager. Okay, and this is what we defined our objects in this class. So now once you have all the models, so you have the shopping cart manager, shopping cart item, shopping cart, and the shopping cart manager, save that, and let's now actually add or merge those modules into our application. And for that purpose I will need to stop the actual app, so I will do Control C to stop it, and then I will need to do the migrations. So let's do Python space manage py
make migrations, and you can see that we have the shopping cart and the shopping cart item that has to be migrated because those are our objects. So let's do now Python manage py and migrate. Here just migrate. Okay, let's run that, and you can see that all the migrations has been completed successfully. If you see okay, this is a positive thing and means that your migrations are completed. So this means that we're done with creating the modules, guys. In the next video we're going to talk about how you can create the shopping cart form, or the place from which you basically manage the cart, and we'll update the forms.py file here and create the form for the cart. But that was all for today. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Creating shopping cart forms. Hi guys, and welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to create all forms necessary to display and to update your shopping cart. So to do that, I would need you to open the forms.py file, which is basically located into Gamestore main. Okay, so this is the one, and in the end of that file you can create the shopping cart form set. So let's do shopping cart form set, and this will be equal to inline format set underscore factory, and here you will be able to add all the variables that are within that factory. Now, as you can see, this one is in red, and this is because we haven't added the imports to use that type of function. So I will go here on the top and I will add some imports so you can do that. So let's do from Django.forms import, and here you should find the inline form set factory. Then I will do another import, so from .modules I will import the shopping cart, and again from the modules I will import the shopping cart item. Okay, so add those imports and then continue with the rest of the code. Okay, so you can see that this function is still red, but I think it's because I did a slight typo. So here is form set, so if I remove those, you can see that we have this predefined. Even if I try to write it, you can see we have inline form set factory as our predefined functions in Django.forms, so you can use that. And now we can add parameters to those. So let's first add the parameters. So you can add shopping cart, comma, then shopping cart item, then I will add fields, and they will be equal to quantity and then price per unit. Okay, then let's write extra, which will be equal to 0, and widgets would be dependent actually on some things. So the widgets, or how many widgets we have, would be dependent on the form items quantity. So I will do here quantity, and this will be forms text input. Okay, and then let's add here a class called form-control quantity. Okay, and that's all. So let's write comma here so we're consistent. And then the next and the final item, so from the widgets we have the quantity, and then after the quantity I will also add price per unit, and this will be from forms.handle input. Okay, so that will be an input from the user, because you want the user to be able to select the price of the items that he or she would like to sell. Okay, so let's save that, and now we have the shopping cart form set here in our forms. Okay, so we're ready with this file, and as you know, after we complete the forms, now we need to go to the views and actually add the view of what we already created here. So in order to start writing code in views, we'll use some functions here that we need to import. So I'll add some imports here. So from Django .views .generic .edit, we'll import update view. Then from Django .http, we'll import the HTTP response, actually HTTP response redirect. Then from Django.urls, we'll import, let's import reverse lazy because we use that, and from Django.db for database .models, let's import some f decimal field. Okay, and let's add a little bit more import. So from .models, so here we're adding our model forms, we'll import shopping cart. Then from .models, we'll import the shopping cart item. And finally, from forms that we just edited, we'll import the shopping cart form set. Okay, so now you can see all of those are in gray because we haven't used them yet, but now we will once we start adding our functionality for the form set. So I will start writing in the beginning of this file. So we'll add a new class. So let's write a class called shopping cart edit view. Okay, and this is basically the view with which we can edit this means add or remove items from there. So I write here update view, okay, this function that we just added into our class, and then I will create a few variables. So the first one will be model, and that would be equal to shopping cart. Okay, then form class would be equal to the shopping cart form set. As you can see, the update view takes those parameters which we already created, and then the template name. So you see you have predefined template name, and this will be main/cart.html, which we will create in the next video. And this is the form that will, or the HTML file that will display the view of our cart. Now, once you have everything in place, you have your model and you have your form and you have your template. Now the next thing you need to do is to create a few functions that will basically define how our cart is going to behave. So let's do def get context data. Okay, as you can see, we're overriding those functions for the update view. And now here I will write context, which will be equal to a super class, so super.get context data, and here I will enable this for any number of arguments. Okay, then let's do item would be equal to shopping cart item dot objects dot get items, and to get items we will pass self dot object. And if you think that I just make up those functions appear just like that, you can see that, for example, in forms you can check the shopping cart item and it would have the function get item. So if you go here to shopping cart item, you remember we created those functions. Let me just find them. Get item, right? So we're basically calling that function, which will filter us the items in the cart by ID. But anyways, let's get back to views, and let's write here context is cart empty equals to item or items dot count equal to 0. And here we get a red flag because I had to write here items instead of item. Okay, so now everything's okay. And then let's write order equals to items dot aggregate. Okay, and here we need to pass some parameters. So the first one will be total order, and this would be equal to sum of f, yes, so f price per unit, and we'll multiply that to quantity. Okay, and this will ensure that if we have few items of the same type, this will multiply the price of the single item to the quantity of the items. And finally, let's write output field equals to decimal field. Okay, and that's it. So this is how we estimate what we've got in the car, and we're ready with that variable order. And finally, I will do context, and then the field of the context, that is total order, would be equal to order total order. Okay, and finally we will return the context. So let's write return context. Okay, so this is how we get the data from the cart, and then we would like to create another function with which we are going to get an object from the data. So let's call it get object. Okay, so let's do now try, and here we'll return shopping cart dot objects dot get by user. Okay, and here I write self dot request dot user. Okay, so we'll pass here the user, and we would expect that we'll get the shopping cart. Okay, so we'll try that, but if this doesn't work, we'll do an exception. So except shopping cart dot do not exist. Okay, so let's say if we don't have a user with that ID, then we would like to also remove the cart. So also if a cart doesn't exist, then we would like to create it, right? So let's write new cart here. So if the cart does not exist, we'll create a new cart. So new cart equals to shopping cart dot objects dot create cart, a function that we already created, and here we'll pass the same self dot request dot user. Okay, then a new cart will be saved, so I will do save new cart dot save, and finally we'll return the new cart. So let's do return new cart. That's it. This is how we're getting object or creating a new cart. And then I'll create a final function here called form valid. Okay, and this is basically part of the update view. So that's why it's like a predefined function that we will actually overwrite now. And I will just do here form dot save, actually form dot save. Okay, and I will do return HTTP response redirect, the function that we added, reverse lazy, and then I will pass to that function the user dash cart. Alright guys, so those are all the functions that you need to add in order to view your shopping cart and to basically update it. That's it for that video. I hope it was clear for you what is going on,
and how we basically use the update view predefined class into our view class, and we edited some of the methods. It was pretty straightforward, so I hope it worked for you. Thanks for watching, and in the next video we're going to create this file, the cart.html, which will basically display our content, and later on I will show you how you can get items from the cart and also add the markup language, which will finalize this course. So bear with me a little bit more and you'll have your complete application. That's it, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in our next video. Creating the shopping cart view. Hi everyone, in this video I'm going to show you how you can create the view of the shopping cart. To do that, we're going to work into the front-end area of our project, but before starting with the front-end, I just want to assess the urls.py from our main directory, because here I want to add the shopping cart page. So we already created our shopping cart modules and forms, but now we need to make it accessible from our application. So let me write that. So let me write path, and here I write R. Let's write cart. So this means when we write the URL and then we write cart, we should be able to access our cart with all the items. So let's write view dot, and here we will add actually what the user is going to be accessing. So views dot shopping cart edit view. Okay, so this is going to be the view of the shopping cart, and dot as view, and then I'm gonna add a name, and the name will be user dash cart. Okay, this is how we're going to refer to our front-end files. Let's paste a comma here and let's save that. So once we have that, let's go to our main file here and create a new HTML file. We're gonna call this file cart.html. So let me remove that, and first I will paste the fields that we will have. So this would extend the base HTML, we'll add the block content, and we'll load this toolbox. So now let's actually start creating our class, or our file actually. So let's write a div and then class, and this would be called cart dash details. Okay, and here I will create a heading 3. Okay, so something will be displayed to the user, and we're going to use the shopping cart. And then I will write an if statement. So let's write if is underscore cart empty. Then let's write h2. And we would like to display something that shows the user that the shopping cart is empty. So I write your shopping cart is empty. Okay. Then let's write else. So if the cart is not empty, then we would like to display the form. So let's write form. The action, I will leave it empty, and the method will be post. Okay. Then the certificate, so CSRF underscore token. Okay. And then I'll write form dot management form. Okay, and then I'll create a button. So let's write button, and let's create a class here so we can modify it, btn, and then btn dash css. Okay, so let's inside this button add I, and here we have class, and the class will be fa dash refresh, and then let's write area hidden equals to true. Okay, so this is the I, and then I'll write updated cart, and this is our button. Let's create HR. Let's create a table, and in that table our items are going to be. So I'll create a class, table, and then table dash stripped. Okay, and here I'll create a treat, and then let's write here tr and then th, and here I write scope colon. Okay, so this is in our table, so we have one column, and we'll call it game. And let's actually copy that so we don't spend too much time. And we'll create 4 different columns. So game, then it will be quantity, then price per unit, and then options. Okay, so we are going to end the table here, and we're done with that. So after that, let's write t body, and let's create here a for statement. So I will write for item underscore form in form. So for every item in the form, let's write here tr and then td. In the td, I will write item form dot instance dot game dot name. Okay, and then let's create another td. So let's write here td, and here first I will select a class. So the class would be if item form dot quantity dot errors has dash error and if. Okay, so this will end if statement. Okay, so let's just under it add item form dot quantity, and let's actually add an curly bracket here. And once done with that, we can actually close the td. So I write td here. Okay, so we close that one, and then let's create another td. Okay, so here we'll show the price. So let's write a $sign, and then item form dot instance dot price per unit. Let's create a pipe, and let's write float format, and then I write to here, and let's close that. Okay, so that's ready, and then I'll create another td. So let's do td item form dot delete, and then remove item. Okay, and after that let's write for hidden in item form dot hidden fields. Okay, let's close that. That should work. Okay, and under it let's write hidden, and let's end the for. So I write end for, and here we can close the tr, and let's also close the other for. So I will just copy and paste this again. Okay, so here we end the other for. Okay, and we exit the t body, and we exit the table as well. Now let's create a form. Actually here we had to end our form, so let's remove this tag from here near the post, and we want our form to end here because all this paragraph all of this, this is actually our form. Okay, so here we close it, and then here we can write HR hyperreference. Okay, and now after that we can create another div. So let's write a div and then class, and this will be our footer here. This will be in the end, and then I write p. The class of the p would be total value, and then here we'll write total of your order, and then here I will pass the total order element. So let's write $, and here we will pass the order of all the elements. So we use a total order variable that we create in our Python files. So let's write total order. Let's write a pipe here, and then float format 2. And let's close that after that. Let's create a button here now, and let's add the same class for the button. So I write btn, then btn dash primary. Okay, and inside I write I class fa, and then fa check, and then area, actually it should be hidden, area hidden equal to true. Okay, and let's write here send order. Okay, this is what our button is going to be displaying, and here we have button. Then we close the div, then I will close the if statement. So let's do end div, then the other div, and let's close the whole block. So I will do end block. Okay, so let's save that, guys, and this should be our HTML file that will display our cart. So let's actually first observe the file because I found some errors. So here is from that I missed. Okay, so I hope you wrote it correctly. And here also we missed the 2 curly brackets in the game name, as you can see. So that's all, guys. Our HTML file is ready. So as you can see, it is pretty simple to create our cart. We're simply creating a table and then configuring the items there, here for example, to be summarized, so we can easily find what is the sum between all the items that the user purchased. So I will end this video here, guys, because it's just too long already. Bear with me in the next one, where we'll add the functionality for adding items to our cart. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Adding items to the cart. As we already created the cart and we manage its display, now it is time to add a functionality for actually putting items or games into our cart. To do that, firstly, let's go to URLs, because we need to add another URL here, and let's write path, and here we'll add another link called cart/add/int, and here we'll pass the game ID. So this will pass the exact game ID of the game that we would like to add in our cart. Okay, so let's close that. And after we have the link and referring to the game ID, let's put views dot add to cart. So here this will not be recognized because we simply don't have this reference into our files, but we'll create it right now. So let's save this, and now I will go immediately to the views.py. Here it is, and in the views.py we'll need to add some additional modules. So let's do from decimal import decimal. We'll use this function. Then from Django dot shortcuts we import get object or 404, so get object or display page not found error, then from Django contrib import messages, and finally another from Django dot contrib dot out for authentication decorators. We will import the login required decorator. Okay, let's save that. Okay, that's good. So let's now go, guys, to the models py class. So in the models, into the shopping cart item manager, here it is, we would need to add another method. So let's write a def, and I'll call it get existing item, and then I will pass here the cart and a game. Okay, and here's how we get existing items from the game. And let's write try to return self dot get, and then cart id would be equal to cart dot id, then game id would be equal to game dot id. Okay, and then the exception, so right here except shopping cart item dot does not exist, and then we would return none. Okay, so this is how we're going to actually get existing items from the cart, whether they exist or not. So this is why we created this try and accept block here. And once you're ready with that, let's go to the views.py back again. And now we're going to add the login required function. This function will basically get a request from an ID or from a game ID, and this game will be taken from the current user. Okay, so let's write it. So right here, just above the shopping cart edit view, let's add login required. As you can see, this is a predefined tag, and then let's create a function def add to cart, and here we'll pass request. Okay, and game ID. That's it. So let's create a variable called game, and game will be equal to get object or 404, and here we will pass game, and then pk equals game ID. Then we'll create a cart object. So let's do shopping cart dot objects dot get by user, and then let's do request dot user. Okay, then let's create existing item would be equal to shopping cart item dot objects dot get existing item, and here I will again pass cart, and I will pass also game. Okay, so this is how we're getting existing game from the cart. And now let's create a functionality if there is no existing game. So I'll write if existing item is none, so if there is no existing item, then what I would like to do is I will increase the price with 0. So then I will do price parameter, and here I will pass decimal 0, then if not has attr game, and then price list, and then else game dot price list dot price per unit. Okay, Then we'll create a new item. So new item would be equal to shopping cart item. Okay, actually let's make some distance here. So shopping cart item, and then game would be equal to game. Then another parameter called quantity, this will be equal to 1. Then price per unit would be equal to price, and cart would be equal to cart. Okay, perfect. And finally, let's write new item dot save. Okay, and this is how our new item will be saved to the cart. So since we have the statement for existing item equals to none, so if there is none, now we need to create an else statement where we would say what would happen if the item already exists in our cart and we select it. So in that case, we would do existing item dot quantity would be equal to f. This is a Django function. Quantity plus 1. Okay, so obviously here the number of the items from this type that we selected would just increase with 1, and then we will save it. So let's do existing item dot save. Okay, so that's it, guys. This is how you're adding a new item to the cart. And let's finally add the message of that item for being added. So we want to display to the user that the item has been added successfully. So for that reason, I will do messages dot add message, and here I will do request. Okay, then messages dot info, and then f, and here you can simply write what you want to be displayed. So I write the game and then the name of the game, so game.name has been added to your cart. Okay, that's great. And once that's done, let's move the bracket here. So once that's done, let's add a return statement. So return HTTP response redirect, then reverse lazy, and here we'll add the user cart. Okay, great, guys, good job. So here's how our function looks like. Please have a good look at it right now and see if you did any errors. Okay, but this is how it basically looks, and your view.py file is completed now. And as we are already here, the very last thing that is left for our game is to simply add the styles.css files, actually the site.css right here. But for this, we'll add the necessary modifications in the next video, where we're going to specifically concentrate on the front end and the CSS part of our application. And once we are done there, your application will be completely ready and we will be able to display it in our browser. That's it. Thank you very much for watching that video, and I will see you in the next one. Cart front end and running the Gamestore. Hi everyone, as we already built all the backend for our application, the next very important step is going to be, so the final step is to update the CSS file that we have, and then our application will be completely done. Obviously we need to do some marking up, because we want our application to look good and our cart to be displayed in the right way. So here is our CSS file. As you know, we open it in Sublime Text, so we have better editing here. And let's write cart details, and you can press command and slash in order to comment out this, so you know that here is your CSS for the card. So let's write card details h3. Okay, so the header tree will have a margin bottom of 40 pixels. And then let's do card dash details dot table t body tr, then td and th dash child, and then 2. So if you don't understand what we're doing here, we're basically selecting some markers from the table that we would like to apply certain visual modifications to them. And the only thing that I will change here is the width. I will do it 10%. Okay. Then let's go again, and I will actually just copy this and paste it below. And here I will do the child 3, the width to 25% for the second child, or for the third actually. And finally for the fourth child, I would put it to a little bit higher, so, or actually let's put it 20% for this one, yeah. So for the third will be 25 and then 20 for the next one. Okay, so now let's do the next class. So let's do has dash errors input and then focus. Okay, and then let's write border color will be red. Okay, then box shadow, and here I write inset 0, then 1px, then 1px, then RGBA, and here I write 0, 0, 0, 0.075, comma 0, 0, 8 pixels, then RGBA, then 255, 0, 0, and 1. You don't really need to understand what's going on here, but this is simply selecting a shadow. You can actually go to your browser, select inspect, try to change the shadow of the elements, and then simply copy and paste the information here. So you don't really need to remember what exactly those fields mean. And then let's do web kit box sizing, and here I will do again insert 0, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.075. Actually, you don't need to write the 0, so I will remove it here as well. It doesn't matter if you put it or not. Then 0, 0, 8 pixels, and again RGBA 255, 0, 0, and 1. Okay. Then let's do has errors input, and then I will do color will be red, and then border color, so let's do border color will be also red. Okay, now let's add the footer, so let's do card dash details dot footer, and now let's do display flex justify current, and I will do space between. Okay, great. And then let's do card dash details dot footer dot total value. Okay, and let's do here font size 1.4 em, then font width will be bold, and finally the margin left would be 10 pixels. Okay, so let's save that. And this actually all you need to display your classes properly, as you can see here. Let's save that and let's actually run our application. So let's go to the server here, and I'll first stop it with Ctrl+C and run it back again. So let's go to our store, let's refresh it. And the first thing you need to do in order to see the cart is login, because the cart is only for logged in users. So let me write my name, and then let's write Django 123. Okay, and you can see the store again. Here are our highlighted games, and let's select the cart. And as you can see, the cart is empty here. You can see Martin Yanev shopping cart, and shopping cart is empty. So let's get back to our store and let's add one game to the cart. So let's add this game, and you can see that it's here. We can add another one, and you can see it's here. Obviously, here we don't actually have prices, so let's create a game or add a price to the game. So let's refresh that, and here I add some prices to the games. Okay, so as you can see here, we have price unit. Let's make it $10, and let's select the first game, save. Let's add another one, so let's make the other game $5. Let's select this game. Let's select price for another 15, or let's do it 150 just for fun. Save, and let's add the final one, $43 for this one. Okay, so once you have the price for the games, guys, you can actually update the cart. And those are still zero because we need to remove them first, as the user already purchased them for $0. Okay, but you can see now the games have prices, and if I add this game to the cart, and if I add it again, you can see we got 2 orders of 10, 1 of 5. Let's add this one as well. You can see that the total is the sum of everything in our cart, and from here you can remove item or send order. Obviously, to send order we will need to add additional functionality for sending order to the server, which is not in the scope of this project, but this is how you are creating completely functional online store with a cart that you can select games, you can have admin panel, you have user panel, and so on and so forth. So this was everything that you had to do for this project. Congratulations for completing this project. This means that you really learned Django and Python and how to use them simultaneously. That's it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and I will see you in our next videos.